there negotiating away, which made me very happy in Washington, and there was no response from Trump. And so I thought, I think the shoe's going to drop sooner or later, and it's going to drop hard. It looks like it fell very hard today, and I don't think this is a, quote, negotiating strategy. I think that he is determined that he is going to ensure that we get rid of those most critical protectionist measures. The digital services tax and supply management, I think, have to be at the top of the list.
You got it. Ian Lee, thank you so much for this. Ian Lee joining us from Ottawa. And once again, here's a live look at the White House, folks. U.S. President Donald Trump has escalated his trade war with Canada. The president is expected to speak next hour. We will monitor his comments to see what else he has to say. You're watching CBC News Network.
Kevin and Sarah have one of the world's largest collections of souvenir plates. They also have a teenager.
Hello, everyone. I'm Natasha Fatah, and you're watching CBC News Network. We have breaking news to share with you. The U.S. president is once again using his social media posts to deliver bad news. Donald Trump says the U.S. is terminating all trade discussions with Canada effective immediately. And it's a big change in tone to that cordial relationship from both sides that we've recently been seeing and many have been enjoying. CBC's Rafi Boudjikanian is on the story for us, once again joining us live from Ottawa. Rafi, remind us, what did the president say?
Well, right before a Canada Day long weekend, he poured a lot of cold water on the idea that this country and the U.S. are on their way to some kind of agreement on a trade deal. He put up this post on his social media platform, Truth Social. It's up on your screen, and I will read it to you right now. He said, "We have just been informed that Canada, a very difficult country to trade with, including the fact that they have charged our farmers as much as 400% tariffs for years on dairy products, has just announced that they are putting a digital services tax on our American technology companies, which is a direct and blatant attack on our country. They are obviously copying the European Union, which has done the same thing and is currently under discussion with us also. Based on this egregious tax, we are hereby terminating all discussions on trade with Canada effective immediately. We will let Canada know the tariff that they will be paying to do business with the United States of America within the next 7-day period. Thank you for your attention to this matter." Now, we do know that Prime Minister Mark Carney was certainly paying attention to all this. Our colleague David Thurton caught him outside his office in Ottawa and managed to get a quick answer out of him about just what on earth is going on. Have a listen.
Hi, Prime Minister.
Have you spoken to the president today yet, sir?
No, I didn't speak to the president today.
What do you? Any reaction to the news that put out?
No, look, we'll continue to conduct these complex negotiations in the best interest of Canadians. It's a negotiation.
I don't know if you could quite hear what he said as he was walking up to the microphone there, but he did say that he has not spoken to Donald Trump today.
No, we did hear that. I certainly wish he had spoken to the president today, because maybe we would have gotten some further clarity on this. So we've been referencing this posting on social media that seems to give us some hint as to why the president is so upset today. And he's saying that Canada, beyond being a difficult country to trade with, says that we're charging American farmers as much as 400% tariffs. And we've been doing this for years. Just clarify that point for us, Rafi, if you would.
Yeah, there's a lot to parse there. So there is a three-way trade deal between Canada, the U.S., and Mexico. It's supposed to still, be in force. It's the U.S. Canada-Mexico Trade Agreement, or the USMCA, or CUSMA, as we prefer to call it, to put Canada first. It basically stipulates that Canada can start charging high amounts of tariffs on U.S. dairy products, but only once a certain quota of U.S. dairy is hit. And the U.S. has not hit that quota, so Canada does not actually charge these exorbitant percentages of tariffs on U.S. dairy products. And I should point out that 400 is not the maximum amount anyway. It's between 250 and 300%, so lower than what the president is talking about in this social media post. However, perhaps a moot point anyway, because again, Canada simply has not ever charged those kinds of tariffs. It's simply an option that remains available under the trade deal that Trump agreed to in his first term as president.
The other thing he's pointing out, Rafi, as a sore point for him is the digital services tax. So the president says that this is a tax being put on our American technology companies, which is a direct and blatant attack on our country. Clarify that point, if you would.
Okay, so the DST is a sore point between Canada and the U.S., and it hasn't only been a sore point with Donald Trump's administration. His predecessor, Joe Biden, was not too happy with this policy either. Basically, it's the Canadian government saying that technology companies, whether they be American or Canadian or European, from anywhere really, cannot simply reap the benefits of Canadian consumer dollars without paying some sort of tax on it. Now, it does happen to be the case that most of these tech giants are American. Think of Google or Netflix or Amazon. And so Canada does intend to charge a 3% sales tax to these companies, a policy that's been in place for a while. But what is new is the date that this will start kicking in is next week on Monday, June 30th. So Canada has not just announced that it is doing this. However, it is going to start charging the tax in a few days. It's a retroactive tax, so it would go back to 2022, and the government does expect that it would make hundreds of millions of dollars off of it.
Rafi, as you've been speaking, we've been showing footage or images of the president here in Canada just a couple of weeks ago at the G7 summit in Kananaskis, where things seem to be going pretty well. So there's a dramatic shift in tone today coming from the president. Let's talk about what kind of strategy the Canadian officials have been employing in their ongoing talks with the president and his administration up until this point.
Well, it's maybe not too dissimilar to what we just saw with the Prime Minister, right? He has not been overly emotional about all this, and he has not really been very forthcoming with exactly what is the nature of the talks that are going on. This administration, this Canadian government has chosen also not to react to every single social media post that the president puts up on his social media channels. I suppose if they did do that, they would almost never be away from the microphones, because those surprise posts from Trump do come quite frequently and sometimes have a lot of surprising content, like today's, for example. So that's kind of been the government's way of operating on the U.S. trade war issue. You could sort of see that even today. I don't know if it was in the clip we just showed, but at the end of that exchange, our colleague David Thurton tried to ask Carney, well, is Canada going to pull the digital services tax? And Carney did not answer that question. He got into his car. After repeating what he had said in French, he got into his car and he left. So it seems to be a strategy of de-escalation. One might have thought until today that this has been successful for Ottawa, and now there are questions about where it's all going.
Okay, and no, that wasn't in the clip that we just played, but it was in the footage that we took live of the Prime Minister as he was getting into that vehicle. So certainly we heard the question being posed to him. He did not respond, Rafi. CBC's Rafi Boudjikanian in Ottawa. We'll turn to you again for further analysis later on in the show. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Okay, let's turn once again to in-studio Peter Armstrong, our senior business correspondent, who's been guiding us through all of this. He's the one that's saying, take a deep breath. Let's wait and see what happens. So, about an hour, I guess, has passed since this news broke, and we're taking our deep breaths, Peter, but I wonder for you, what are the key takeaways from how things are unfolding?
There's one sort of thing I'd like to just sort of flag. This hasn't come out of nowhere. We knew this was a problem. Ian Lee talked about how this goes back years. I was combing through various pieces. I read a Wall Street Journal piece from February that was saying very clearly, here's where the problems are in the trade talks with Canada, and digital services was literally in the lead. We knew this was a problem. We knew this was one of the things that, as I said, I think a lot of experts had said, one of the easiest cards for Canada to play in terms of negotiations, where they can give concessions, was always going to be around the digital services tax, whether it would be a concession on it, or a getting rid of it, or a changing of it. Who knows? But that was always sort of, circled on the list of things as an easy one to sort of identify. I am reminded in the way this is all unfolding of, you remember in 2019, or at the end of the NAFTA become CUSMA, become USMCA, in those negotiations, there was a breakdown. The Americans said they were going to go off and just deal with the Mexicans. And in the end, and they said, we're not going to talk to the Canadians anymore. And then they came back and they talked to the Canadians. This really does, it's totally different, of course, but it feels like a very similar set of circumstances that are taking us to a place where I think we're nearing the end. I think most of the people that I talk to feel the broad outline of what a deal is going to end up looking like. I think people have a general sense of what that is. We've dragged that effective tariff rate all the way down to, a 2 to 6% margin. When you get to the end of things, it's easy to go through the easy stuff. To quote Barack Obama, the hard stuff's hard. And this is the hard stuff. And I think, the Canadians have kept those two cards in their pockets. Remember, the dairy stuff was a huge point of contention in those original CUSMA-USMCA negotiations. And the Canadians swore up and down they weren't going to give. They weren't going to change it. They weren't going to make any changes. And what they did was now the subject of what he's talking about today, that they said, okay, we'll let you in on a quota basis. So American producers can send milk products, dairy products into Canada, but only so much. Once you reach, and I can't remember what the billions or millions of liters of milk products is, but once you reach that quota, if you breach that quota, you'll pay this exorbitant tariff. And it wasn't even, you'll pay this. It's like, we'll make the tariff so high that you won't. And the reason behind that is because Wisconsin, the state of Wisconsin, makes more milk in a year than the entire country of Canada. They could quite easily just swamp our market with cheap milk and knock out Canadian producers. Donald Trump negotiated that specific clause that he's upset about today. So, we're into the hard stuff. And I come back to take a breath, see where this goes. There's every reason to think it is going to be just as volatile as the last time, perhaps even more so. But there's also every reason to think they are carving out the path towards a deal. And until we know more, it's probably in our best interest to watch, fascinatingly, but to watch what happens.
The issue with the watch, fascinatingly, and the kind
Easy for me to say, right?
Exactly. So the issue becomes, we just saw the Prime Minister getting into a vehicle, very brief comment from him, we continue our negotiations. Maybe strategically, with the Trump administration, that's the smartest path forward. But for a country on the edge, worried about its economy, worried about trade, it's deeply unsatisfying. Because you want a response that is equal to what the threat is.
Do you, though?
Well, you tell me. What do you think?
I don't know that you do. I don't think you want to out Donald Trump. Okay. I don't think you want to get into a social media posting war with Donald Trump.
No, but we do have a Prime Minister who has said the relationship has fundamentally changed forever. We will meet might with might. We will stand up for our country. We will not be bullied. We are not up for sale. So that rhetoric is up there for this Prime Minister.
And in that time, he has seen the effective national tariff rate drop from 25% to somewhere between 2 and 6%. In that time, we've been able to make sure that 90% of Canadian products that go into the United States go into duty-free. And he has done that quietly. They have done that quietly. I don't think it's just him. It is a terrifying time. Like, imagine the big companies have bigger margins. They can sort of, they can eat a little bit more loss. They can sustain things. They can exist over a 10-year period. Small companies, parts suppliers and shippers and the truck drivers that rely on steady flow of trade to drive their truck. Most common job among Canadian men in this country is driving a truck. Those are the ones who have every right to be worried. And they might sit watching us on television right now and say, that smug dude from the CBC is saying, take a breath, we'll see if it'll be okay. And I get it. They're terrified, and they should be. It's a really scary time. That said, I do think we have learned a lot from the 2016 renegotiations of NAFTA. We learned a lot through the 2018-19 reimposition of steel and aluminum tariffs, the end of that led to the final ratification of NAFTA. And we've learned a lot in these last 8 months, 9 months of rhetoric leading up to this point. And I think the thing we've learned most is reacting rashly in the minute doesn't really get you anywhere. And I think it's important. The thing I glommed onto out of Mark Carney was him saying negotiations are ongoing. And I'm certainly not going to dispute the President of the United States when he puts something up on social media. But when he says we have terminated talks and the Prime Minister says negotiations are ongoing, that to me is a really interesting and important difference and distinction in where we're at. And I think these next 24 hours, maybe even a couple of hours, will pin down how close that gap is. Is Donald Trump right? Is Mark Carney right? Are they both a little right? Who knows? But you know, we get more information as it comes in, and we'll react to it as it comes.
Good analysis, Peter Armstrong, Senior Business Correspondent. Thanks so much for being here.
You bet.
All right, this is our top story, so let's stick with it and get further analysis now from Moshe Lander. He's a senior lecturer of economics at Concordia University, and today we've reached him in London, Ontario. Moshe, very good to get you on the show. Thanks for making some time.
Smug dude number 2, right behind Peter, huh?
All right. I don't know if Peter heard that, but smug dude number 2 is on the air. So why so smug, chum? What is your assessment of what's happening right now?
I think Peter got the main points right there. It's part of the negotiations. Remember that Trump fashions himself as the great negotiator, right? He loves the art of the deal. He loves tariffs. And he loves keeping people on their toes. I'm not going to give him any credit for what he's doing. This is not good for Canada. It's not good for the U.S. But this is a tax that was given royal assent 12 months ago. So it's impossible to think that he's just hearing about it now. I know he might be slow on the uptake at times, but it's impossible that the people around him didn't realize this tax exists. So this is probably being lobbed out there more for his base and his constituents than it is really is something that he's absolutely concerned about. I think it's just part of the negotiation. And if he's going to come back at Canada with this, then Canada now needs to come up with something to hand him so that he can have his victory.
So then, okay, so play that out for me. What does Canada need to do?
I don't know. You know, I think it was Mark Twain who said, never argue with an idiot because they'll drag you down to their level and beat you with experience. Like, I don't pretend to know what exactly is behind what he's trying to do. And I don't pretend to understand why he's so opposed to trade. I mean, it's generally accepted among economists that free trade is the best option out there and that tariffs are usually counterproductive, not just for the country that's being tariffed, but for the one that's tariffing. So it clearly can't be good for the overall U.S. economy. It's obvious that he has some constituents that he wants to protect, that he feels he needs their support. But in this particular case, it's the technology companies that in theory would benefit from the removal of this tax. And you really haven't been hearing anything out of them recently. In fact, they seem to be distancing themselves from him. So I think it's merely just something that he is upset about, and maybe there's something broader that he wants or something else that he's eyeing, and he's just going to use this as something to slide across the table and say, give me what I want and I'll get rid of this, which I really never wanted in the first place.
Can I read you a bit of information that's coming from the CCIA on, they're calling for the United States to investigate Canada's digital tax. So they're saying beginning Monday, June 30th, Canada's digital services tax will take effect, requiring affected companies, predominantly leading U.S. technology firms, to pay up to $3 billion in payments, including retroactive charges dating back to 2022. That's been established. That's how that would work. In the absence of a clear path to a negotiated solution, the Computer and Communications Industry Association is calling on the U.S. Trade Representative to open a 301 investigation as a first step in resolving this trade dispute with Canada. This is not people taking a breath. This is not people calming down. This is people amping up the situation, at least on the U.S. side. Now they're saying, we need to investigate this. Maybe there is legal action to be taken here. So what's your analysis of how this is ramping up in the U.S.?
Or maybe it's let's just look into it to make sure that we say we've looked into it and keep everybody happy. I mean, you know, again, it's not a new tax. Yes, it's a new tax that comes into effect next week, but it's not a new tax that was just passed in this most recent parliament. It was passed by the previous government. And so, again, he's been in power when he knew this tax was coming. So he can't be broadsided by it. And when they did meet in Kananaskis, it's entirely possible that this was a conversation point as part of the 30-day negotiation that Carney outlined. This could be, hey, I want you to take a look at this. I want you to do something about this, or I'm going to even do this as part of a broader deal. But again, it's not that it was passed in the last week. So I think that if the CCIA is saying, hey, we want to look into it, look at the number that you quoted. It's a small number when you're talking about a U.S. economy that runs into the tens of trillions. And even a smaller economy like Canada still runs into the trillions of dollars. So the amount of money that they're talking about is significant to you and me. It's a sizable amount of money, but to that industry that trades in trillion-dollar market valuations, I don't think that this is going to move the needle in any significant way that they're worried. And it's not like there's Canadian competitors that they have to worry about. So there's a tax on Netflix, big deal. What's the Canadian company that you're going to use instead of Netflix? I think there's only so much Crave that can go around to compete with all of those US platforms.
So let's talk about how the Canadian government should respond. We saw Prime Minister Mark Carney a short while ago. He was getting into a vehicle. So we just had a few seconds to catch him, and our colleague David Thurton in Ottawa was able to ask him about the president. He said he hasn't spoken to the president today, but he did emphasize that negotiations are continuing. And as my colleague Peter Armstrong was saying, that's interesting because the president is saying communications shut, negotiations done, effective immediately, and our Prime Minister says they're ongoing. So as a layperson or as a Canadian or someone who owns a business who's really quite worried right now, what are we to believe?
Let's not forget that these negotiations do not take place between the president and the prime minister. It's a whole bunch of civil servants that are negotiating with each other, and then all they're doing is trying to find some sort of document that they can pass up to their political superiors. So even if Trump is saying we're not talking anymore, that just might mean that he's not going to take Mark Carney's phone call. And Mark Carney might say negotiations are still ongoing because civil servants are still talking to civil servants. Don't forget as well that we're heading into a long weekend. The U.S. is heading into a long weekend as well. So it's entirely possible that we're not going to be communicating over the next week because everybody's going on vacation. So I think that Peter's point earlier, which is everybody needs to take a deep breath, is probably true, at least for the next couple of weeks until we get a better feel for what's actually going on. Because the story is just breaking right now, I think that all sides are probably telling some form of the truth. We just might not have the complete picture as to what exactly Trump means when he says we're completely done, and when Mark Carney is saying, no, we're still talking.
Okay, we'll continue to watch. Moshe Lander, Senior Lecturer of Economics at Concordia University. Thanks so much for your time, Moshe.
Anytime.
And we continue to keep our eye on Washington. We are expecting to hear from President Donald Trump at a meeting with foreign ministers of Rwanda and Congo. But the real thing we're waiting for now is an update on what the president has been posting about in terms of breaking off trade talks with Canada. We're watching the scene in D.C. and we'll take you there live as soon as Trump starts speaking. Of course, we'll keep an eye on Ottawa as well to see if any more federal ministers have anything to say. You're watching CBC News Network. Once again, our top story and the breaking news this hour. U.S. President Donald Trump says he is terminating trade talks with Canada. In a post on Truth Social, Trump called Canada a very difficult country to trade with, and that termination of all trade discussions is effective immediately. Trump's announcement is a significant setback in the ongoing trade discussions between the two countries. But as we've heard from several of our analysts, maybe it's not. It's very much a developing story. We'll continue to monitor it for you. And let's go to Washington now, where we find CBC's Sam Sampson. So Sam, Trump said that he's cutting off all talks with Canada because of this digital services tax. What can you tell us about how it impacts American companies and why the president is so upset about it?
Well, this tax will hit the big companies. We're talking Amazon, Google, Meta, Uber, and Airbnb, with a 3% levy on revenue from Canadian users. And this will apply retroactively, so back to 2022, I believe. So that leaves U.S. companies with about a $2 billion USD bill due at the end of June. And so, as you mentioned, this is just another thing that's going on in Canada-U.S. trade talks. These things seem to be a little okay for a while until this. And part of the reason why this is such a developing story, Natasha, is because all we have to go on at this point so far is a social media post from the U.S. president. Now, of course, when he writes something, we're all going to be paying attention to it, but there are no details other than what the president has said. And this affects, again, all those big U.S. tech companies. We do have a statement, from the Computer and Communications Industry Association today, and it called on the U.S. Trade Representative to open an investigation into this. And I just want to read a little bit of it to you. The statement from the CCIA says, Canada's decision to begin collecting payment under this unfair and discriminatory tax marks an unfortunate escalation in the targeted efforts of foreign governments to extract revenue from leading U.S. firms while exempting their own domestic competitors. This undermines not only a key U.S. export sector, but also bilateral trade ties between two critical partners. The U.S. doesn't want to pay this at all. That's clear from that statement. It's billions of dollars, including those retroactive charges back from 2022. And Trump has been protective of the technology industry here in the U.S. He's even made exemptions for tariffs, a few months ago, to protect the impact that the technology industry has here in this country. I have to tell you, though, we saw that post from the U.S. president. Within the past hour, he has also posted about Supreme Court decisions, his big, beautiful bill, which is essentially an income tax cut that they're trying to pass by July 4th. So in the scheme of the United States and here in Washington, this Canada trade comment is kind of not really the main focus. Obviously, it is in Canada, but there's a lot going on otherwise here in Washington. We are, of course, waiting to hear from the U.S. president, and hopefully we'll get more clarity about why now these comments are coming from him.
Absolutely. We'll continue to monitor for any comments. CBC Sam Sampson in Washington. Thank you, Sam. And I do want to bring the audience some breaking news. So as you know, we've got this post from President Trump saying all negotiations, trade talks with Canada have stopped. We just heard from our Prime Minister last hour as he was getting into a vehicle. He said negotiations are ongoing. Now we have a social media posting from Pierre Poilievre, the leader of the Conservative Party. I'll just read it to you off my screen. He's saying, disappointed that trade talks have halted. Hopefully they resume quickly. As always, Conservatives are ready to get a good deal for Canada. We must put Canada first. He goes on to say, at the same time, the government must take emergency action to bolster Canada's economy, fully repeal the No Pipelines Law, the industrial carbon tax, the tanker ban, the emissions cap, the EV mandate, and axe the capital gains tax on reinvestments in Canada, all to create a strong, self-reliant, and sovereign Canadian economy. That just coming in a few seconds ago from Pierre Poilievre. Huge breaking news story for us. We'll continue to monitor, and we'll be back in just a moment.
reaction to the news we put on?
No, look, we'll continue to conduct these complex negotiations in the best interest of Canadians. It's a negotiation. Ça va continuer.
Will you back down from the
Prime Minister Mark Carney responding to reporters in Ottawa earlier this hour about Donald Trump's latest announcement regarding trade negotiations with Canada. The U.S. president posted on Truth Social that he is ending trade talks with Canada over its, quote, egregious tax on technology firms. We're joined now by David Cochrane, who's joining us from Ottawa. He is, of course, the host of Power and Politics. David, good to see you.
Good to see you, too.
David, I bet when you guys had your story meeting this morning, you did not know this was going to be your lead. So I wonder, sir, from your vantage point, what are we to make of what we're hearing from the president?
Well, it's a sideswipe and it's a surprise, but I guess that sideswipes and surprise are par for the course when you're in any kind of a negotiation with Donald Trump. It's interesting, like in the hours before this social media post, I'd been speaking with some Canadian officials just trying to get a sense of where things were, because we're getting kind of to the midway point. We're about 12 days into that 30-day timeline that the Prime Minister and the President agreed to at the G7 in Banff. And I was told that the pace has picked up, the conversations are more precise, and Canadian officials see that as encouraging. And that assessment of the situation lasted about 90 minutes, I think, before we saw this post. So, look, this is kind of what things have been like with Trump in the first term. Mm-hmm. It's just the distance of time with a Biden administration term and a pandemic in between. You forget that it used to be Twitter, now it's Truth Social. But it felt like they were getting down to a more precise and narrow and engaged set of negotiations and conversations, and now this. And when President Trump says in that post, Natasha, that we've just learned that Canada is going to go ahead with a digital services tax, I mean, that's not true, right? I mean, this has been on the books as a plan for a couple of years now. It's going into force on Monday, and it's going to be retroactive back to 2022. But the U.S. government has known for years this was coming. They've been unhappy about it for years, including under the Biden administration. But this is not an out-of-the-blue, last-minute surprise from the Canadian side. This last-minute surprise is coming entirely from the phone of the president.
Well, I wonder if it goes back to what you were saying earlier, David, that the people that you were speaking to in Ottawa say the pace has picked up of the negotiations and the conversations have become more precise. Perhaps, I mean, we've been trying to figure out what set the U.S. president off, and not that any of us can really know, but I wonder if it's because the conversation has become more precise and these issues of dairy tariffs and digital service tax were presented to the president, and maybe he started paying attention for the first time in a more detailed way, that's what's led us to this moment. So we also heard from the Prime Minister, very brief comment, and he said that negotiations are ongoing. Mm-hmm. What's your take on that?
Well, first off, I don't think dairy is part of this conversation at all. This has been a longstanding grievance and irritant for President Trump going back to his first term. You know, he tried to get greater market access in Canada, through a forced erosion of Canada's supply management regime. But I have no direct information that dairy has been part of these specific conversations, except from what we've seen during the election and during the leadership campaign, and even in a conversation I just had with Foreign Affairs Minister Anita and that's going to be on at my show a little bit later today, dairy and supply management is untouchable. So I don't know if that was part of the conversation or if it just became the thing that sticks in the president's craw, and he decided to put it into this statement. I suspect digital services tax has maybe been part of the conversation here, is something they probably want Canada to drop in return for getting tariffs to move. I do not know the specifics of it, and when you look at the conversation, the comment we just got from Prime Minister Carney, it's a negotiation, we're in a negotiation, and they just are not going to talk about the specifics of those negotiations in public. This was a commitment that the two leaders made to each other when agreeing to the 30-day timeline, and they are in semi-regular contact, it seems, through phone calls and texting. But we're not going to get the nitty-gritty details, I suspect, of what was happening at the table and what might have set Donald Trump off, because quite frankly, Natasha, who the heck knows, right? This should just be a thing he saw, he heard, and decided he was going to do it. Maybe he sees it with it coming into force on Monday. This is his, maximum leverage point to try to force Canada to shift on this policy between now and Monday, because once that 3% tax starts getting charged on a lot of these big digital companies, It's about, I don't know, $2.5 to $3 billion in retroactive taxation that Canada is going to start collecting. Going back to 2022, it's about $875 million a year going forward. Europe has done versions of this, though not quite the same as Canada's. There are some different nuances in the fine print on it. But essentially, American companies don't like being taxed by foreign governments. They barely like being taxed by their own government. And so you can see why this would be a sticking point with the president. A lot of the big donors to his political machine are Silicon Valley based and work in this particular space, and they do not like this particular policy, and haven't since it was announced. But the specifics of what set Donald Trump off,
who knows?
You know.
Who knows?
I mean, who knows? It is where it is. But the troubling thing, I think, if you look at it from a Canadian perspective, and look, the old Trudeau government policy was to react to action, not to words when it came to Donald Trump. These words do amount to an action, though, that I've ordered the end of all negotiations, right? So it has a tangible meaning. Just how they respond to this right now is going to be interesting. Mark Carney's approach has been to stay quiet, and while the relationship seems to have improved on a leader-to-leader level since that Oval Office meeting, in early May, and the good vibes at the G7 in Kananaskis, like between then and now, we've seen steel and aluminum tariffs double. And now we've seen this. So, while the mood may seem better, the actual trade issues are going in the wrong direction. And if the president is true to his word here, we're not even halfway through the 30 days. What does that mean for the ability of the two countries to resolve these differences?
Okay. Your show is about 80 minutes away. I'm sure lots of people will be tuning in to see how things develop, not only in the next 80 minutes, but how to break down how things continue in these negotiations. David Cochrane, host of Power and Politics, thank you very much for your time.
Thanks, Natasha.
You bet. Turning once again to our top story and the breaking news this hour, U.S. President Donald Trump says his administration is ending all trade talks with Canada. In a post on Truth Social, Trump referred to Canada as a very difficult country to trade with and that the termination of all trade discussions is effective immediately. We'll continue to track this story for you and bring you all the updates throughout the day. But we are joined now by John Manley for further analysis. He is a former Deputy Prime Minister and a former Minister of Foreign Affairs, and he's joining us today from Vancouver. Mr. Manley, thank you so much for jumping on the line with us.
Not at all, my pleasure.
Mr. Manley, what do you make of what is happening right now and this posting that we've received from the American president?
Well, he's negotiating, and I think you don't have a trade negotiation unless somebody blows up, and in this case, we're dealing with Donald Trump, and blowing up is predictable. So I would just keep calm and carry on.
Well, that's the sense we're getting from the Prime Minister, who said negotiations continue. But as I was speaking to my colleague David Cochran, he said while this is an outburst on social media from the president, it is tantamount to action if he's actually shutting down all trade negotiations. So if he is, then what do we do?
Well, I think that we have to stand our ground. We're dealing with, Mr. Trump's bully instincts. We've seen them in the past. Let's remember, he seems to be complaining about the imposition of the digital services tax. That's been on the books for a long time. It was scheduled to come into effect on July 1st. Maybe he has a rightful grievance about that. But at the same time, we have rightful grievances about his imposition of sector-specific taxes on steel, aluminum, and autos, which are in contravention of the USMCA. And, I think there's a deal to be made there. So I think we stand our ground. We're prepared to negotiate. I expect that the government of Canada would be willing at some point to yield on the digital services tax. But you do so in return for getting something back.
Let me ask you about this 30-day window that the Prime Minister had pointed out as a point of negotiation. So to you, does this statement from the President just seem like another point of negotiation, or has something dramatically shifted for him?
No, I think somebody mentioned to him, in all likelihood, that this digital services tax was coming into effect next Tuesday, and he decided that he would throw a tantrum about it and see if he can't bully Canada into backing down, giving that up before we ever get anything in return. So I think the Prime Minister has the right instincts here. Just carry on. We'll show up. We'll be at the table. We'll have our best foot forward. We'll be prepared to negotiate. But a negotiation is a two-way street.
President Trump does so much of his negotiating and his policy announcing publicly. And I wonder, from all of your experience, have the trade talks with Canada and the United States always been this contentious, but because of this president, we're now getting an inside glimpse into how difficult it can be?
Well, there's always a lot of give and take, and there are always points where people, pick up all their papers, put them in their briefcase, and walk out of the room. But in the past, we've always been able to solve for that. If you go all the way back to the Canada-U.S. Free Trade Agreement, which was negotiated in 1987 and 88, you'll find Simon Reisman packing his bags and coming back to Ottawa, and Prime Minister Mulroney at the time had to send Michael Wilson to Washington to try to put things back together. So it happens in a trade negotiation. It's just a little different with Donald Trump at his social media outlet.
Okay. John Manley, former Deputy Prime Minister and former Minister of Foreign Affairs, thank you so much for your time today, sir.
We should all stay calm.
Okay, good advice. Recapping our top story this hour, President Donald Trump has announced that the U.S. will be terminating all discussions on trade with Canada effective immediately. He says in a social media post that Canada is a very difficult country to trade with. Trump also says the U.S. will let Canada know the tariff that they will be paying to do business with the United States of America within the next 7-day period. On your screen right now is just outside of the White House, where Trump is expected to speak this hour. We are standing by, waiting to hear any comments he might make, and we'll take you there live as soon as it gets underway. Now, I want to turn to Lori Turnbull. She's a political science professor at Dalhousie University, and she's joining us today from Ottawa. And Lori, thank you for making time. I just want to bring into our conversation before we dive in, we're getting now an official statement from the Prime Minister's office. So this is just coming into our newsroom. The Canadian government will continue to engage in these complex negotiations with the United States in the best interests of the Canadian workers and businesses. That is all that we are hearing from the Prime Minister. It's almost exactly, Lori, what we heard from the Prime Minister say verbatim as he was getting into a vehicle earlier in Ottawa when our colleague David Thurton was able to catch him. So Trump says the negotiations are off, Lori, and the Prime Minister is saying we continue to engage. What do you make of what's going on?
Well, I think that President Trump has decided he wanted to kind of throw a wrench into things as we head into the weekend. It's getting closer to the time that Prime Minister Carney has said, if something doesn't happen by that July 21, we're going to have to start taking action. They left the G7 saying that there's a 30-day window in terms of trying to get a deal. And so I wonder if this was always a bit part of his plan, such as he has one, to raise this issue around the digital service tax as something that he doesn't want to see, and he wants to put pressure on Canada to get rid of it. Because as we know, by Monday, it's 3 years retroactive. This would be in the billions of dollars for U.S. companies. So this strikes me as maybe even a predictable thing for Trump to bring up, because as we've said, this is something that's been on the books for a while. It's not like it caught him by surprise. He would have known something like this. And so perhaps this is a kind of moment where he's going to try to take control of the conversation by dropping this in a really kind of spontaneous-ish and just really, big rhetoric sort of way, saying, we're going to cut off our trade conversations because of this.
As I mentioned, we heard from the Prime Minister. He campaigned in the federal election largely on being the kind of person that could negotiate with Donald Trump. In recent weeks, he's marked a number of successes. The Canada-EU summit went quite well. He went to NATO. He hosted the G7 in Kananaskis, where the president was here, and that seemed to go quite well. And he's managed to push through Bill C-5, this nation-building procedural law. So I wonder, from a political scientist perspective, is the comments coming from the president today a bit of a hit to Carney?
I'm not sure about that. I mean, Carney definitely campaigned on being the best person to deal with this, but it doesn't mean that every second is going to be positive. It doesn't mean it's going to be easy. It doesn't mean that Carney can control anything about Trump and the way he is. Trump is still going to be Trump, no matter who the Prime Minister of Canada is. I think it's a question of what can we do in terms of what's best for Canada. And so for Carney to say, look, negotiations are still going, there are many channels of conversation here. It's not just that Trump is taking to his social media accounts, and that's the only way that we're going to find out information about the trade talks. There are lots of conversations. There are diplomatic conversations. There are conversations between the White House and people in the PMO, people in cabinet. All of that's going on. And I think Carney is trying to keep things in perspective by saying, look, this is a social media post on a Friday afternoon when the timing of all of this is starting to heat up a bit. And there's maybe some strategic advantage that Trump sees in trying to create everybody in a panic, right? And so I think Carney's saying, why don't we not panic? Why don't we just say, hey, we're going to play this through. We're still talking. We're still doing this. I think we're hearing from Carney, and what we can read between those lines, not too subtly here, is that everybody hasn't stopped talking, even though Trump has dropped this thing on social media.
what did you make of Pierre Poilievre's posting where he hasn't attacked the Prime Minister at all, but he has expressed disappointment that the talks are halting. He says that the Conservatives are ready to jump in, help push forward anything that helps the Canadian economy. And he again listed a series of taxes and policies that he thinks are holding Canada back from achieving great economic success. Talk to me a bit about that, how the opposition parties need to place themselves as we are winding down in these negotiations.
I think the politics of it are a bit tricky. I mean, for one thing, Carney's approval ratings are very high. There is a sense of, I think at this point, he's still a new prime minister. Sometimes people talk about a honeymoon phase. If there is one, he's still in that. And I think he has a pretty strong sense of consensus around him. There's a lot of trust in Carney, I think largely due to his own credentials, that if there's anybody who can get us out of this mess, he seems to be the likely candidate. And so I think for that reason, the Conservatives don't necessarily want to come out swinging against him. They don't want to look like they're offside with somebody who's working in Canada's interests, especially given that he has so much trust in him. I think that's one of the reasons that we saw the Conservatives cooperate with the government in passing Bill C-5, is that they want to be seen to be part of the solution, especially when it comes to economic growth and doing what's best for Canada with respect to the relationship with Donald Trump. That said, they lost the election because Carney was able to get through to people on this very question. So as much as they don't want to look like they're taking shots at him, they would benefit politically. We'd have to think, if Carney starts to look a little bit less heroic, if he starts to look a little bit less like he's got this whole thing figured out and he looks a bit more human on this, and I mean human as in fallible, as in maybe he hasn't got it all figured out. Maybe he can, end up with a bridge burned with Trump too, and then maybe he's not holding that kind of knockout punch vote, promise to voters that he's the only one that's able to deal with it. And so there's a sense of being a bit on the ropes here. And I suspect over the course of the next few days, we'll find out a little bit more about what's really behind Trump's social media posts and what it's going to mean for us.
Lori Turnbull, always great to get your assessments. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you too. Take care.
You too. All right, folks, here's another look at the White House. We continue to wait for U.S. President Donald Trump to speak. He's going to be speaking about another deal that's taking place, but really the question we want answered is why is he allegedly terminating trade relations with Canada? You're watching CBC News Network. Hello, everyone. I'm Natasha Fatah, and you're watching CBC News Network. We are going to show you a live look at Ottawa and Washington because we have breaking news to share. The U.S. president is once again using his social media posts to deliver bad news. Donald Trump says the U.S. is terminating all trade discussions with Canada, effective immediately. We're going to bring you extensive coverage from both sides of the border. Let's begin with President Trump's post, which marks a big change in tone. Both countries had been enjoying a relatively friendly set of interactions recently, including at the G7 and NATO summits. CBC's Rafi Boudjikanian is on this story and has been from the beginning. He's joining us live from Ottawa once again. So Rafi, remind us, what is President Trump saying?
Yeah, so much for that friendly tone indeed, Natasha. Donald Trump took to his social media platform, Truth Social, earlier this afternoon and kind of dropped a bit of a bombshell, as he is wont to do on his social media platform. We're going to put up his post for you, and then I'll read it to you. He essentially said, we have just been informed that Canada, a very difficult country to trade with, including the fact that they have charged our farmers as much as 400% tariffs for years on dairy products, has just announced that they are putting a digital services tax on our American technology companies, which is a direct and blatant attack on our country. They're obviously copying the European Union, which has done the same thing and is currently under discussion with us also. Based on this egregious tax, we are hereby terminating all discussions on trade with Canada, effective immediately. We will let Canada know the tariff that they will be paying to do business with the United States of America within the next 7-day period. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Now, obviously, as soon as we saw this social media post, we tried reaching out to the Canadian government to ask them what exactly is going on here, because certainly, as you had said, the tone between the two countries seemed to be cooperative of late. Our colleague David Thurton caught Prime Minister Mark Carney just as he was leaving Parliament Hill, leaving his office, and they had this brief exchange.
Hi, Prime Minister.
Carney, have you spoken to the president today yet, sir?
No, I didn't speak to the president today.
Any reaction to the news you put on?
No, look, we'll continue to conduct these complex negotiations in the best interest of Canadians. It's a negotiation. Ça va continuer.
Will you back down from the DST? Can you just say that in French?
Je viens de le dire. Il y a des négociations complexes. On va les continuer dans les mieux intérêts des Canadiens et Canadiennes. Merci beaucoup.
Merci.
You know, sometimes when you say, can you just say that in French, you can sort of follow it up with a second question. But in this case, clearly, Carney was not in the mood for that, and he hopped in his car and left. We are seeing some more reaction as well. Now, Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre has put up a statement on the social media platform X, and here's what he had to say. We'll put that up on our screen as well. He says, disappointed that trade talks have halted. Hopefully, they resume quickly. As always, Conservatives are ready to help get a good deal for Canada. We must put Canada first. At the same time, the government must take emergency action to bolster Canada's economy, fully repeal the No Pipelines Law, the industrial carbon tax, the tanker ban, the emissions cap, the EV mandate, and axe the capital gains tax on reinvestments in Canada, all to create a strong, self-reliant, and sovereign Canadian economy. So, starting with, hope that the talks will resume, and then kind of going into the sort of typical asks from his party to the government. And we're also starting to hear from provinces. Alberta's Finance Minister Nathan Horner was speaking to journalists earlier today, and here was his reaction.
We're sitting here talking about investment uncertainty and this chilling effect on the economy overall, and this is a great example. I think even this morning before that post was made, people were feeling pretty good about the progress on the trade file between Canada and the U.S. So it just highlights this uncertainty is something that until it truly goes away, investors are not going to invest. We're not going to create more jobs. I hope they can do their deals in good faith, behind the curtain, and hopefully it happens sooner than later.
Sounds like he had the same read of where this conversation was going as many observers, Natasha, that things were going well, and now they don't seem to be.
Rafi, I wonder if I could turn to you. Is Trump about to speak? Is that what I heard, Mike? Okay. Rafi, hang with me. Let me ask you about this fact-checking with the 400% tariffs on American farmers. That's what President Trump noted as one of his points of frustration. Do a little bit of fact-checking on that for us.
Yeah, I wonder if journalists will ask the president himself if he's about to speak. But Trump effectively talked about this very high percentage. There is a provision in the U.S.-Canada-Mexico trade agreement that allows Canada to charge a high percentage of tariffs for dairy products. However, in order for that to kick into place, there's to be a high quota of dairy products in the first place, and that quota has never been reached, so that high percentage has never been charged. And it's not 400, it's lower, it's 250 to 300%, a moot point because it's never actually been implemented.
Okay, CBC's Rafi Boudjikanian in Ottawa. And I just want to highlight for folks that the scene you're seeing live in Washington that we were showing you a moment ago, President is, I believe, in the Oval Office, and he's meeting with the foreign ministers from the Democratic Republic of Congo and Rwanda. So he's having those discussions. He has been publicly announcing that he's negotiated some sort of peace agreement between these two countries. That's why the foreign ministers of those two countries are in the office now. But of course, we are listening in to see if he's going to say anything about the Canadian trade negotiations, which he says have come to a complete halt. So we'll monitor there, and we'll go back if he starts to say anything about Canada. So stay tuned for any updates there. Okay. So the catalyst for Trump's post today on Canada's digital services tax, which is another thing he brought up on Truth Social, is part of the reason why he's saying he's cutting trade negotiations with Canada. This is a tax that would be imposed on U.S. tech companies. CBC Sam Sampson is in Washington, and she's looking into why the American tech firms are so angry about this tax.
Well, this tax will hit the big companies. We're talking Amazon, Google, Meta, Uber, and Airbnb with a 3% levy on revenue from Canadian users. And this will apply retroactively, so back to 2022, I believe. So that leaves U.S. companies with about a $2 billion USD bill due at the end of June. And so, as you mentioned, this is just another thing that's going on in Canada-U.S. trade talks. These things seem to be a little okay for a while until this. And part of the reason why this is such a developing story, Natasha, is because all we have to go on at this point so far is a social media post from the U.S. president. Now, of course, when he writes something, we're all going to be paying attention to it, but there are no details other than what the president has said. And this affects, again, all those big U.S. tech companies. We do have a statement, from the Computer and Communications Industry Association today, and it called on the U.S. trade representative to open an investigation into this. And I just want to read a little bit of it to you. The statement from the CCIA says, Canada's decision to begin collecting payment under this unfair and discriminatory tax marks an unfortunate escalation in the targeted efforts of foreign governments to extract revenue from leading U.S. firms while exempting their own domestic competitors. This undermines not only a key U.S. export sector, but also bilateral trade ties between two critical partners. The U.S. doesn't want to pay this at all. That's clear from that statement. It's billions of dollars, including those retroactive charges back from 2022. And Trump has been protective of the technology industry here in the U.S. He's even made exemptions for tariffs, a few months ago, to protect the impact that the technology industry has here in this country. I have to tell you, though, we saw that post from the U.S. president. Within the past hour, he has also posted about Supreme Court decisions, his big, beautiful bill, which is essentially an income tax cut that they're trying to pass by July 4th. So in the scheme of the United States and here in Washington, this Canada trade comment is kind of not really the main focus. Obviously, it is in Canada, but there's a lot going on otherwise here in Washington. We are, of course, waiting to hear from the U.S. president, and hopefully we'll get more clarity about why now these comments are coming from him.
That report from CBC Sam Sampson in Washington. All right, friends, as I mentioned, we continue to watch this live scene in Washington where President Trump is meeting with the foreign ministers of the Democratic Republic of Congo and in Rwanda. They're having that session in the White House. You can see all the dignitaries are there, as well as Marco Rubio, Secretary of State, and J.D. Vance, the Vice President. Now, normally we would not go to this event, but because of the nature of some of the posts coming out from the president today, let's just listen in for a bit about what he has to say. We might jump out, but at any moment he could say something about Canada, so we do want to listen in.
How long has the war been going? And a friend of mine who's very much involved said 30 years, and at least 6 million people were killed during that period of time. It's incredible. And somebody said that was actually, it's the biggest war on the planet since World War II. So it's a shame, but we're going to bring it to an end. I want to express my gratitude and congratulations to the representatives of the Democratic Republic of the Congo and the Republic of Rwanda, who signed this pivotal agreement a short time ago. They just signed right in front. And let me also thank Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who has worked very hard on this subject, and we've worked on it together, for his outstanding leadership, as well as Senior Advisor for African and Africa Affairs, Masad Boulos, who's, as you know, spends a lot of his time in Africa, and he's very comfortable there. I said, were you at all uncomfortable with all of the turmoil and all of the killing? And he said, no, I wasn't uncomfortable, and that's what you need. You need somebody that's going to be able to get. So, Masad, I want to thank you very much for the job you've done. Amazing guy, actually. I also want to thank African Union, Qatar, Togo, for working closely with the United States. And I know Qatar was really working hard, and African Union, we just spoke about that. And I look forward to having them representatives here when we do the official meeting, and that'll be sometime in July. And we look forward to it. And you better be here covering it, okay? We're not going to stand anybody else covering it but you. But this is a tremendous breakthrough. In a few short months, we've now achieved peace between India and Pakistan, Israel and Iran, and the DRC and Rwanda, and a couple of others also. Serbia, you know, they were getting ready to go to war with a group I won't even mention because it didn't happen. We were able to stop it, but I have a friend in Serbia, and they said we're going to go to war again. And I won't mention that it's Kosovo, but it's Kosovo. But they were going to have a big time war, and we stopped it. We stopped it because of trade. They want to trade with the United States. I said we don't trade with people that go to war. And we said that also with, if you take a look at Pakistan and India, it was great. They have two great leaders, and they were able to stop. They were in the midst of a big fight, I guess everybody saw, and it was going to get very bad. And they are nuclear nations, very powerful nuclear nations. In the months and years ahead, my administration will continue to work closely with all of the parties in this deal and ensure the agreements are fully taken care of, and you're going to do what's in the agreement. We'll say you better do what's in that agreement, right? Because if somebody fails to do that, bad things happen. But I have a feeling that after 30 years, I think after 30 years, you're all set.
We are.
I think both of you have said that's enough, right?
That's enough. Yeah.
That's enough. You've seen it all. So this is a wonderful day. It's a great day. We've had some tremendous success. It's been a great week between just coming back from a very successful trip, NATO's really pulled together. They have, they're going to spend over $1 trillion a year. Nobody expected a thing like that to happen. And we had the war, as you know. That was, we call it the 12-day war. It was exactly a 12-day war. And we ended up with no nuclear weapons. That's what we wanted. And they were just absolutely blown to pieces, those 3 sites. And there's no nuclear weapons, and hopefully there can be a lot of healing, and the healing is starting. And it's been a really pretty amazing week, and this is one that I really look forward to. This was set up a few weeks ago, and it was something that I really look forward to. If we can do this, and we do that because we have a certain competence that's good, we're able to get people to be peaceful. I think we can do war better than anybody, but we don't want to. And we have the greatest military in the world. They showed that in Iran. Those pilots, they flew for 36 hours. And think of that, and they hit their target. The size of this desk, half the size of this desk, from about 52,000 feet in the dark of night with no moon, zero moon. They wanted it that way. Can you believe it? And they hit, every missile hit exactly half the size of this beautiful Resolute desk. We don't want to talk about it when it comes to rockets hitting it, but half the size of this. And they hit dead center from tremendous heights, going at tremendous speeds. It's amazing. Nobody could do a thing like that. There's nobody has that weaponry, and nobody could do a thing like that. So we had a very busy and successful week. And in addition to that, our economy is doing great, setting records with the economy, and a lot of other good things happening. But this is about Congo and Rwanda. And I'd like to ask, if I might, would you say a few words before we introduce our guests, please?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. President.
Yes.
So, under your leadership, Mr. President, and the full support of Secretary Rubio and the entire team at the State Department, we engaged with the two parties.
We will continue to monitor the comments coming from the White House. That, of course, is U.S. President Donald Trump. He is flanked by representatives from the Democratic Republic of Congo and from Rwanda, as he has brokered a peace deal between these two countries. So the reason we've been taking you there is, on top of that, he's been talking about the various peace deals he's been able to negotiate with various international partners, with regional conflicts taking place. But the issue at hand for us is a different kind of war, a trade war with Canada. That's taken a major escalatory step today, at least according to the American president, who has posted on Truth Social that he is, in fact, terminating all discussions on trade with Canada. What we've heard from our prime minister is that trade is ongoing. So we'll go back once reporters start asking questions in the hopes that he might give us some more information. But I do want to return to our top story now. And let's turn to Martha Harrison, who's joining us from Ottawa for that. She's an international trade lawyer and a partner at McCarthy Tétrault. Thank you so much for being with us, Martha.
Thanks very much for having me, Natasha.
Let me begin with your analysis, your immediate reaction to what we heard from Donald Trump on Truth Social.
Well, this is an existential issue for Canada. International trade is absolutely vital for our economy. Certainly, the Prime Minister understands that, and his team understands that. It feels like this announcement on Truth Social was sort of out of the blue. It is seemingly connected to the first installment of the digital tax that is due on Monday. Perhaps the president was holding out last-minute hope that Canada would reverse course and not move forward with that. But the Canadian government has been clear the digital tax is here and that those installments will be collected. So it's challenging to determine with any degree of precision what potential consequences will come out of this announcement on Truth Social. He mentions the digital tax, he mentions the dairy sector and the agricultural sector, and he also notes that there is potential for, in the next 7 days, for Canada to have additional tariff measures imposed against us. Again, we're operating in a bit of an information vacuum here.
Well, to that point, when the president says, I'm halting all trade negotiations with Canada, I mean, how finely do we try and understand what that means? Does that mean he's personally halting, or can more junior level members of his administration speak to representatives of our federal government and those talks can continue?
There's no doubt that there will be folks who continue to have a discussion around trade policy between Canada and the United States. Certainly, President Trump is the face of the U.S. government, and so as being the face of the U.S. government, his announcements are important to consider, and those pronouncements will impact the level of detail that his staff will be able to share with their Canadian counterparts. But I have no doubt that Prime Minister Carney's team continues to reach out, and certainly will do so in a much more meaningful way this evening and over the next 24 hours to try and understand with more precision what this announcement means for Canada.
From a legal standpoint, does the president have standing on this when he's saying that these are blatant attacks on our economy, that we're going to fight back, specifically on the issue of the digital services tax? tax on U.S. technology firms. Is there legal action the president could be taking beyond halting negotiations?
Well, what he seems to be doing, and his preferred method of negotiation is negotiation by announcement on Truth Social. The president does have certain fundamental powers as being the chief executive of the United States, and we've seen him utilize a lot of those powers through executive orders. What's important to remember, though, is that a significant proportion of those executive orders are currently under review in the United States to determine whether he indeed have the authority, especially as we're relating and talking about the tariffs, whether he indeed has authority to enact tariffs under executive order. But I think what we need to remember, though, is that what it looks to me is that he is pointing the finger in different directions that are irritants for him, that continue to be engaged in these trade policy negotiations, notably the dairy tariffs as well as the digital tax. And on the dairy tariffs, I would say, and one of your colleagues a few moments ago indicated this as well. That's actually a bit of a red herring. It is false to say that the U.S. dairy sector is charged 400% tariffs on imported U.S. goods coming into Canada. The tariffs are lower than that, although they are high, but those were provisions negotiated by Donald Trump in the USMCA previously. And notably, the U.S. dairy sector has never been charged those tariffs yet. They've never reached the maximum quota. I would also say, on the reference to the farmers in his note on Truth Social, we know that the ICE raids in the United States have had a dramatic impact on the agriculture sector and on farming generally, and have been a major concern for farm operations in the United States. One has to wonder whether he's looking for another opportunity to point the finger at other reasons where farm institutions and the agri sector in the United States could be experiencing some challenges. And it's easy to do that if you can point the finger at dairy tariffs that may be applied in Canada, even though they are not. And so, again, we're struck with the understanding that this is at least in part more political than anything else.
So what do you want to see as a response from our federal government and how we should move forward?
Well, we need to understand exactly what this 7-day period means and what it means for Canadians. My chief concern at the moment is that the Trump administration will choose to remove the USMCA exemption that currently applies on Canadian goods entering into the United States. Canadian firms, producers, and exporters rely on that exemption in order to keep their supply chain management moving swiftly. If that exemption is removed, everything that is produced in Canada and exported from Canada will be subject to potentially a blanket tariff in the United States. It could be 25%, it could be 10%, depending on the sector and the commodity. But that's information that our constituency and Canadian producers need quickly. So we need Prime Minister Carney and his team to get to the bottom of what the potential circumstances will be in these 7 days. And I would also think that from a private sector side, firms in Canada need to consider what they might do to level set their supply chains in the next 7 days. So, for example, if there is a concern that the USMCA exemption is terminated, perhaps firms that are relying on that exemption now will engage quickly with US partners and push toward exporting more product to be warehoused in the United States in the event that that exemption expires. And I'd also like to understand from a Canadian perspective how these continued reverberations and these continued changes in trade policy and these announcements, often on a Friday afternoon, are going to impact the USMCA negotiations. It seems to me that previously to today, we were witnessing renegotiations of the USMCA in live time. It's going to continue to be more and more difficult for Canadian negotiators negotiators at the table to have faith in the relationship with their counterparts in the United States that are also at the negotiating table, to understand whether a deal can be struck that can be trusted. Because the vast majority of these announcements and the vast majority of the tariff activity that President Trump has taken against Canada is indeed contrary to the USMCA.
Martha, that really gets to the heart of it. How do you move forward in good faith when there is seemingly a lack of faith in how these negotiations are going? Martha Harrison, really great to get your analysis. Thank you so much for your time.
Thanks very much for having me.
It's our pleasure. Now, as we've mentioned previously, President Donald Trump specifically blamed Canada's digital services tax as the reason that he's ending all trade talks with Canada. François-Philippe Champagne said earlier this week that Ottawa plans to push ahead with the service tax on tech giants and streamers, even during trade negotiations with the White House. So that did not sit well with the president, and we've been hearing that from all of our analysts. But let's break it down even further. We're joined now by Carmi Levy. He's a technology analyst based in London, Ontario, and that's where we've reached him today. Carmi, thanks so much for making time for us.
Good to be with you, Natasha. Thanks for having me.
Carmi, let's talk about this, because we know your background, we know you're passionate about this topic and supportive of this specific tax. So how do you read what the president is saying today?
Well, I mean, this is his bully pulpit, and as the previous guest indicated, this is how he negotiates. He throws a bombshell out via social media, often late on a Friday afternoon, and he uses that to obtain advantage in his negotiations, knowing full well that it isn't going to last. And once the snow globe settles down, and things will probably careen off in another direction before his next Truth Social post. But that's just the way he plays, and so Canada's ultimate strategy here is not to simply respond knee-jerk to every single statement issued by the U.S. president, but it's really to stay the course, understand what is Canada's strategic goal here, what are we trying to do to support our cultural and telecommunications and technology industries, and yeah, we'll take this latest wrinkle into consideration. But truth of the matter is, we're playing a long game, whereas Donald Trump obviously is thinking in terms of this minute, this hour, this day. That's not how you negotiate trade, particularly with a partner like Canada.
Talk to me about this tax and how it protects the Canadian industry. Why are you supportive of it?
So it was brought in under originally it was known as Bill C-59, became law last year, and it compelled large American companies that met certain revenue minimums, revenue thresholds, like Amazon, Google, or Meta, Uber, Airbnb, to pay a certain percentage, in this case 3% of their Canadian revenues, into the Canadian economy as a way of recognizing you do business in Canada, you derive huge amounts of revenue from Canadians. In some cases, you're kind of siphoning those revenues away from Canadian incumbents. You should pay your fair share. It's no different than any other company doing business in a foreign land. What's different here is that they're not exporting physical products into Canada that would be subject to a tariff at the border. They're digital entities, and their products per se flow freely across the border because the internet doesn't recognize borders. And so it is a modern recognition of an age-old problem. How do you ensure that foreign players pay their fair share, that you can still maintain balance within the Canadian economy such that Canadian participants aren't swamped by the much larger American players? That's the way the game is played. We've used regulation of this type to protect our industries before and achieve that balance. This was no different. What's changing here, of course, is that Canada refused to back down on moving ahead with implementing this tax as of Monday. The first payment would be due Monday, amid those trade negotiations. Donald Trump probably woke up today and realized, oh my goodness, that's still bearing down on us. It's another trigger for me to get ticked off. Hence the post.
Forgive me for interrupting. Thank you for your time, but we need to go to the White House now, where Donald Trump is taking questions from reporters.
A war that was going on for 30 years where 6 million people died, so don't ask me a trade question on Canada.
Mr. President, Cara Castronova from Lindell TV. Now that your administration, and congratulations, has secured peace in Africa to a bloody, horrific war that's gone on for decades and no other president could do it, do you think the mainstream media will finally...
I'm telling you. But you're right. No other president could do it. They tried, and they didn't even try, I don't think. I actually don't think they tried. Do you think Biden tried? He didn't know he was alive.
Do you think the mainstream media will finally give you credit where credit is due?
No, the media will never give me credit, but the people give me credit. That's why I'm here. The people didn't give me. That's why we're here in a landslide. We got all 7 states. We won the popular vote. So the media won't give me credit, but the people give me credit. That's more important to me.
You're going to go down as a peacemaker. You're also going to go down with the president who had 0 border crossings in May. You secured the border most than anybody's ever done. But I don't know if you know this. You're on track right now to have the lowest murder rate in history in this country. And I think a lot largely go to the fact we closed down the border. Do you want to comment on that? You might go down as the lowest murder rate in U.S. history.
Yeah, I saw that the other day, and it's an honor. I mean, and that's really even better because, you know, we've taken a lot of illegals into the country through the Biden administration that are murderers, 11,888 to be exact. And many of them are now gone. We got rid of them. They're back where they belong. But so it's a great honor. You know, if you took that out, the numbers would be even better. They've created a lot of problems.
You drew social earlier about getting money to the air traffic controllers and the big, beautiful bill, which hopefully, praise God, if we get this thing signed. What does that mean to that industry that have been suffering the last couple of years, quite a decade of being underfunding? How that changed the safety of air travel?
Well, they've underfunded the airports for years, and I started the process of getting it completed in terms of the equipment necessary to land the planes, where the planes, like the helicopter accident with the plane, would have never happened if they had the right modern equipment. It would have been bells and whistles would have been going on all over the place. And I had that all set, but when I wasn't here, they totally dropped it. You had a terrible head of transportation. We have a very good one now, Sean Duffy. But you had Buttigieg, and he didn't know a damn thing. He'd ride to work on his bicycle. He didn't know what the hell was going on. He was terrible. So he totally dropped that. It was a project that should have happened, and I was all set. But we had a very sad experience with the voting, and so we didn't get to do that. But now I'm doing it, and we're going to have a great system. And it's funded partially by bill. It's the initial funding is bill, and then it gets to be funded. The rest of it comes a little bit later as we build it out. But we're going to build out the best in the world. We have the best companies in the world. A couple of countries have very good systems. In fact, I noticed when I was landing, my pilot often would use the system of another country. And I said, what are you doing that for? He said, the United States system is so bad. So we have the best companies that do that in the world bidding. You have Raytheon, you have IBM, you have a lot of different companies bidding, and we'll get the best one, the best system for the best price. And they're going to go to town and give us a system that will be better than any other system in the world. And you won't have planes bunking into each other at 35,000 feet.
Mr. President, on the subject of peace deals, how close are you and your administration to a deal in terms of Gaza ceasefire right now?
Often asked, and I think it's close. I just spoke with some of the people involved. It's a terrible situation that's going Gaza, he's asking about. And we think within the next week we're going to get a ceasefire. And we're supplying, as you know, a lot of money and a lot of food to that area because we have to. I mean, you have to. We're, in theory, not involved in it, but we're involved because people are dying. And I look at those crowds of people that have no food, no anything, and, you know, we're the ones that are getting it there. Some of it's being taken by some bad people, you know, if you give it and you give it out, and they're supposed to be taking care of the people, and they end up stealing the food and selling it. But we have a pretty good system now. But so we're helping see the lines of people that just get one meal, essentially. But too bad other countries aren't helping out. Nobody's helping out. We're doing that because I think we have to on a humanitarian basis. Like this, we didn't have to get involved in Africa, but we did because we thought it was. I mean, I've been reading, like J.D. said, he's, you know, from much of his life, he's been just seeing this about this brutal war, and it actually got a lot of publicity because of the level of brutality. Right? It was nobody's ever seen anything like it, and to be involved in that, I mean, I consider this the most important of my conferences today. We just had a great Supreme Court victory today, and everybody would say that was big. But you know, we're talking about saving thousands and probably millions of lives here. This is more important than anything. So it's great, but we're working on Gaza, trying to get it taken care of. And again, you know, a lot of food has been sent there, and other countries throughout the world should be helping also.
Another conflict that I know you've been working on, sir. Is it true that you have reached out with a letter to North Korea's Kim Jong-un?
Well, if there is a conflict, I get along with him very, very well, and we'll get the conflict solved with North Korea. I've had a good relationship with Kim Jong-un, and I've gotten along with him really great, so we'll see what happens. But somebody's saying there's a potential conflict. I think we'll work it out if there is. It wouldn't involve us, but again, we're very far away from a lot of these places that we're solving problems with. But I enjoy doing it, I like doing it, and it's the right thing to do, and we have an ability to get it done, so we're solving things that we didn't have a lot to do with Serbia, Kosovo. I told you, we solved a potential disaster. I can tell you that some of the countries that you're not going to hear about, but some countries that were ready to go to war with their neighbor are not going to go to war with their neighbor, and it's a great thing. We have a number of them. But I'm very happy about India and Pakistan because they actually have nuclear weapons. You know, when you talk about Iran, they were trying to get it, but India has nuclear weapons, Pakistan has nuclear weapons, high-level nuclear weapons both, and getting that solved was really great. We did it through trade, so it was a great thing.
Mr. President, when it comes to nuclear weapons, Mr. President, are you concerned that the Iranians may have some enriched uranium at Pickaxe Mountain?
No. The last thing they're thinking about right now is enriched uranium. They're not thinking about what they want to do is they want to get back to life, and they do want to meet me, and we'll do that quickly. We're going to do it quickly while we're meeting.
They said this morning that they don't want to meet with the U.S. Were they telling you something different in private?
They may say that to you. Don't you think they want to meet me? Don't you think we have sanctions on there that they can't do anything? Wouldn't you think that they want to meet me? I mean, they're not stupid people, but they went through a lot, and they suffered, and so did Israel. Israel suffered greatly. It was a nasty 12 days, and yeah, we'll see what happens.
Are you considering sending Patriot missiles to Ukraine? Have you made up your mind about that yet?
I may. Go ahead.
On this context, Mr. President, there are a few unanswered questions that remain in this deal. For example, will Rwandan, on this deal, on this conflict, for example, will Rwandan troops pull back from parts of the DR Congo, and also will the M23 rebel group be allowed to remain in parts of eastern DR Congo? Do you have any answer to those?
Well, let me ask you that question. You want to answer that one? It sounds like an interesting question for you. Go ahead, please.
Thank you very much. In the agreement we signed, we have taken the concept of operation for the neutralization of the FDLR, which is a vicious genocidal movement, and the lifting of Rwandan defensive measures. So this was already signed last year in November, so we will implement it. This concept of operation to do both things, to neutralize this movement, which has been destabilizing Rwanda for many years, and to lift our defensive measures. As for the M23, in the agreement also, we have decided to rely on the Doha talks, because there are currently talks between the AFC M23 and the DRC government to have a peace deal also that will complement the Washington peace agreement. So both things are taken care of.
Thank you. Mr. President, will the United States be enforcing this agreement?
Well, we're going to be working with them to get it enforced. They can enforce their own agreement, but we'll be putting a lot of pressure on to make sure it gets enforced. The two people in this room are very, very capable people, and they'll get it done. I think they'll get it done. They love their. One thing I learned very quickly is how much you love your country and you want to get it done. And they know it has to get done, otherwise bad things happen. But I think we're well beyond that. Other presidents should have done what I'm doing right now. They never did it. I don't think they ever tried. I don't think it's like they couldn't do it. I don't think they ever tried. And if they did, they wouldn't be able to do it anyway.
On the President,
Yes, thank you. Mr. President, can you share with us what can happen if one of the parts violate this peace agreement? Because we don't want war to come back to
Well,
DRC?
I'd rather not say. I would just say that there are big penalties if they violate, and they're not going to. I don't think they will violate. I think they mean it, but we have very severe penalties, financial and otherwise. Okay.
Mr. President, circling back to your Truth Social post on Canada specifically, why are you deciding to end trade talks with Canada, and what rate are you looking to set?
So Canada put a charge on some of our companies, and Canada's been a very difficult country to deal with over the years. You know, we hear Canada, we have a great relationship with the people of Canada, but it's been very difficult, and they put a charge, and they were a little bit early, we found out about it. So, and we have all the cards, we have every single one. We don't want to do anything bad, but they have, economically, we have such power over Canada. I'd rather not use it, but they did something with our tech companies today trying to copy Europe. You know, they copied Europe. It's not going to work out well for Europe either, and it's not going to work out well for Canada. They were foolish to do it. So I said we're going to stop all negotiations with Canada right now until they straighten out their act. Okay?
Is there anything Canada can do to change your mind about this situation?
Well, no, they put a tax on companies that were American companies that they shouldn't, a very severe tax. And yeah, I guess they could remove it. They will, but I don't really, I mean, it doesn't matter to me. We have all the cards. We have all the cards. You know, we do a lot of business with Canada, but relatively little. They do most of their businesses with us. And when you have that circumstance, you treat people better. They've had farmers that are getting like 300, 400, 200% in tariffs. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. We have cases, you don't read this and the people don't report, but they charge us 400% on some dairy products. 400%. Nobody writes that. It's not fair to our farmers, and we've got to protect our farmers.
Sir, you just, sir,
Yeah, Brian, go ahead.
you mentioned how much of a rate cut we would do to the interest on the debt. Earlier today, Director Pulte was on CNBC talking about how he suggested Powell should resign. Any comments on whether or not Powell should step down? I know you've been.
Well, I don't have a comment. I'd love him to resign if he wanted to. He's done a lousy job. Look, if you were there, you'd say, well, you know, the United States is doing well. They have no inflation. And if they do get inflation in a year or two, we'll start raising the rates. We'll get rid of the inflation, you know, and do other things. Biden had the worst inflation in the history of our country. 19%, but I think it was much higher than that. Frankly, they say 19%. I say, I think it's a lot higher than that. And we have almost no inflation now. We've done a great job in a short period of time. Energy prices are way down. Gasoline now is down to close to $2 in a lot of places. A couple of places I see it even broke. It's like $1.98 a gallon. We've done a great job on inflation and honestly, pretty much everything else. I think that I think it's very sad the way people act. You know, you have a guy in there that with the stroke of a pen could lower interest rates and save us hundreds of billions of dollars a year. But he's a stupid person. You know, it's very interesting. I'm not sure if he doesn't understand it, because you should be able to understand it. It's sort of 101 economics, but I'm not sure of that. But think of it, with the stroke of a pen, he talks about costs. We can save $600 billion, maybe even, these are nice numbers for you, right? $900 billion, $950 billion by lowering interest rates. And it's really just more of a paper movement. It's not like you're not cutting anything, you're not cutting jobs, it's just interest rates. And we're number 40 or 44, number 45. Some places that you wouldn't believe that, you know, I don't want to be disparaging, but they pay a lower interest rate than the United States of America. And without us, everything blows up. You know, we sort of control the world in that sense. But we have a guy that's just a stubborn mule and a stupid person that is making a big mistake. He's making a mistake. And it lasts for years, because when you do the debt, now, I've instructed my people not to do any debt beyond 9 months or so. Get this guy out. And whoever is in there will lower rates. If I think somebody's going to keep the rates where they are or whatever, I'm not going to put them in. I'm going to put somebody that wants to cut rates. There are a lot of them out there. And I said This morning, a lot of the business shows today were saying, you know, Trump is right. He should be cutting rents. Think of it. We have a great country. We're making a lot of money. We're taking in billions of dollars in tariffs. We have $15 trillion of money that wants to be invested here, which is a record. In 2 months, it breaks any record that we've ever had for a whole year, and not even close. 15 trillion, and it's going to be much higher than that. That's after essentially 2 months, because, you know, we've been doing it for about 2 months, 2.5 months. $15 trillion breaks every record in the book. There's never been anything like this. We have factories moving in, we have car plants moving in, we have everyone wants to be part of the United States. And as I told you, and I say it to everybody, when I was in the Middle East, the King of Saudi Arabia, Qatar.
All right, folks, we've been taking you live to the White House, where President Donald Trump has been answering questions from reporters. There's been a series of topics being discussed there, but we did get some insight from the president on the major story for us today, which is an announcement from the president saying that he is halting all trade negotiations with Canada effective immediately. And we got some sense of why he's doing that beyond what he's already posted on Truth Social. I want to turn to my colleague, CBC Sam Sampson, who's been listening in, joins us now live once again from Washington. Sam, initially the president was hesitant to address Canada during this press conference, but when it was posed to him again, he did give us more. What did he have to say?
Yeah, he really started by literally saying, don't ask me a question about Canada, but if you're patient as a reporter sometimes and you just keep poking, things work out. So we did eventually get some kind of statement from the president. Essentially, he's saying that Canada is charging the U.S., that they're going early on this tax. And then he kind of reiterated things that he's said since he took office in January, which is economically the United States has a major leg up on Canada, which is true. We do most of our trade with this country. And then he also noted, this was interesting, that Canada did this today, that they're charging the United States early today. He's talking about this like it is a very recent development, when really, I mean, even just the promise of this tax goes back to 2019 when the Liberal government promised it, but it was pushed back and delayed for a myriad of different reasons. And the first payments are due Monday. So there doesn't seem to be a knee-jerk thing coming from Canada. It's more the President of the United States is now saying, the Canadians are going to be getting repercussions for this tax. And the reason why this tax is so important to the United States is because it would deliver quite a blow. I mean, we're talking companies like Amazon, Google, Meta, Uber, Airbnb. It's a 3% levy on revenue from Canadian users, and it applies retroactively back to 2022. We're talking a couple of billions of dollars here, and it's due again at the end of the month. So he essentially says this is not going to work out well for Canada. The U.S. has all the power. In some ways, he is speaking the truth, because again, the United States is the largest trading partner of Canada. And so that is why, if you're wondering why we're doing all this coverage on this right now, it's because economically this is a big deal if the United States just stops talking to Canada about trade.
Absolutely. CBC Sam Sampson joining us from Washington. Thank you, Sam.
Thank you.
Okay, let's get to some more domestic news, because I want to take you to Vancouver, where the RCMP is giving an update after a BC MLA's office was targeted with an explosive device. The device detonated, but no one was injured. Let's listen.
Approximately 2:45 a.m., North Vancouver RCMP received reports of a loud bang in the 100 block of West 1st Street. Frontline officers attended the area and conducted patrols. However, nothing suspicious was located. Subsequently, at 4:15 a.m., police received a second report of a loud explosion near the intersection of West Esplanade Avenue and Chesterfield Avenue. Officers responded immediately, and upon searching the area, located evidence of damage to the front door of an office building in the 200 block of West Esplanade Avenue, indicative of an explosive device detonation. The blast breached the door and damaged the door frame. The RCMP's explosive disposal unit was notified and attended, as well as officers from the Lower Mainland Integrated Police Dog Services and Integrated Forensic Identification Services. The office has been cleared and deemed safe. This was a jarring incident that undoubtedly startled sleeping residents in the area. Our investigation is still in its early stages, but police will remain on scene for the time being while CCTV is canvassed from neighboring businesses and additional evidence is collected. We're investigating all possible avenues and have not ruled out anything at this stage of the investigation. The North Vancouver RCMP Serious Crime Unit is leading the investigation, is being assisted by a number of RCMP resources to advance this investigation. This includes analytical support and additional resources from the Lower Mainland District RCMP. Police are specifically looking for anyone who is in the area of West Esplanade Avenue that may have captured dashcam or CCTV footage from the hours of 2:30 a.m. to 4:30 a.m. on June 27th. Anyone with information about this incident is asked to call the North Vancouver RCMP at 604-985-1311, quote file 25-13204. If you wish to remain anonymous, you may call Crime Stoppers as well. I'll open up the floor for any questions. I understand there will probably be a lot of questions, but I'm going to try my best to answer them. But do note that this is an investigation at a very early stages, and we're limited into how much detail we can provide to the public.
The size of the damage on the corner of the door appears very small. Is there any indication when you say explosive device, what kind of device it may have been?
So that is something that our investigators are going to be looking at, specifically the explosive disposal unit. That is within their area of expertise, and that is one of the areas they're going to be looking at, and we'll have more to that at a later time.
And the earlier incident at 2:30 versus the one at 4 o'clock, are they assumed to be linked? Was there like two explosions at two different locations?
So these are two different incidents. At this point, we're not sure if they're related. There's nothing to indicate that. And again, as the investigation unfolds, we may be able to find out more. But there are two separate incidents. The first explosion, I mean, there's no evidence at this point, but if there are anybody out there that has any knowledge or dash cam about the first incident at 2:30, they're asked to call us as well.
Is there any indications so far that the office building that was damaged was targeted? It was obviously the office of a local MLA.
So, I mean, the investigation is early in a stage. The office building does belong to an MLA's office, and we're in touch. Our investigators are in touch with her, Beaumont's office. And so, again, that is something we're going to be looking at, see if this was specifically targeted at her office or was this in general. So we don't know, and those are the questions that are going to be answered, hopefully, through our investigation as it unfolds.
Sorry, the 2:45 a.m. explosion, where was that?
The 2:45 was heard in the 100 block of West 1st Street.
Oh, West 1st.
Yes.
That's my block, I didn't hear. And then, so Beaumont's office was at 4:30?
Correct. Sorry, at approximately 4:15.
4:15.
But we're asking anybody who's in the area between 2:30 to 4:30, just so that, we can capture anything.
Were the two devices similar in nature? To any indication of maybe they're from the same source? I heard maybe one was in a backpack.
So the first incident that happened, all we heard was a bang. We have not found evidence to suggest that there's no other, we haven't found anything physical. So I can't tell you if it was an explosive device or a firecracker or anything. We don't know, because all we heard there was a loud explosion or a loud bang. And then the second incident, again, we were led to believe it was a loud explosion at that office. And I'm unable to get into details about what kind of material, what kind of explosive device it was.
Did that first explosion cause any damage in that 100 block of West 1st?
We did not find any evidence of damage or anything like that.
Do you know if Beaumont had received threats before that?
We're not aware of any threats.
What investigators, was it a bomb squad when you say it was like the explosive disposal unit? Like if there was no explosives to dispose of, what exactly were they doing?
So the explosive disposal unit is the RCMP's unit. They're a specialized group of people. They're trained to, look into explosives or a number of, incendiary devices. So they have that specialty training that they're able to provide. So like I said, there was a loud bang, and we're led to believe this was an explosion. And so given the facts, given what we had seen, evidence on scene, we had called our explosive disposal unit. There's a number of names for it. People call it what you described, but the RCMP it's their explosive disposal unit.
And you can't get into detail, or you said you couldn't get into detail about what was recovered, but can you confirm that there was indeed an object recovered from outside Bowen's office, something that would have caused that the mark and the damage on the door and the ground?
I don't want to get into that. I mean, as the investigation unfolds, we'll be able to get more details in terms of what was recovered.
We will continue
on
to
scene.
monitor
I don't
these
have those
comments coming
details.
from
That's
North
something our
Vancouver
investigators look
RCMP,
at
but let me
currently.
bring you up to date on this other breaking news that we're monitoring. There has been an explosive device that was detonated at the office of a BC MLA, Bowen Ma. Now, the police are in touch with Bowen Ma, who is the MLA. Fortunately, they say no one was injured as a result. According to Canadian press, the front door of her office was damaged. And what's interesting, what we're learning now, is that there were two separate explosive devices that were detonated today, one at 4:15 in the morning, I understand, and then one at 2:45. They don't know if these two separate events are connected in any way, and they are asking, the RCMP is asking for the public's help on this topic. So if anyone has information, they should get in touch with the local RCMP, and they'll continue their investigation. So that is the breaking news coming to us from North Vancouver. We continue to follow breaking news coming from Washington and Ottawa. You're watching CBC News Network.
have all the cards. We have every single one. We don't want to do anything bad, but they have, economically, we have such power over Canada. I'd rather not use it, but they did something with our tech companies today trying to copy Europe. You know, they copied Europe. It's not going to work out well for Europe either, and it's not going to work out well for Canada.
Hi there, this is Power in Politics. I'm David Cochrane in Ottawa. U.S. President Donald Trump abruptly breaks off all trade talks with Canada. The end of negotiations with Canada's biggest trading partner announced in a post on Truth Social. The president saying, "We are hereby terminating all discussions with Canada effective immediately. We will let Canada know the tariff that they will be paying to do business with the United States of America within the next 7-day period." Now, Trump blames Canada's digital services tax for this breakdown, calling it a direct and blatant attack on his country. That DST goes after tech giants, charging a 3% tax on revenue made off of Canadians. It's not new. It was passed a year ago in Parliament, but it goes into effect on Monday. And remember, the calendar matters here. Canada and the United States were hoping to reach a trade deal by July 16th. So what are the chances of talks resuming, and is this trade war about to ramp up all over again? We've got lots of reaction coming up, including from Foreign Affairs Minister Anita Anand. But first, here's what Prime Minister Carney had to say this afternoon.
Have you spoken to the president today yet, sir?
No, I didn't speak to the president today.
What do you? Any reaction to the news you put out?
No, look, we'll continue to conduct these complex negotiations in the best interest of Canadians. It's a negotiation. Ça va continuer.
Will you back down from the DST?
Anita Anand is the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and she joins me now. Minister Anand, good to see you again. Thank you for being here on the show today.
Thanks for having me, David.
We're going to talk about NATO and the trip to Europe in just a second, but I have to ask you about these latest developments between Canada and the United States, with Donald Trump saying he's ending all trade talks because he's unhappy with the digital services tax, which is coming into force next week. What do you make of this move? How is the federal government going to respond?
Well, our position remains that we will continue to act in the best interests of Canadians. We will be pushing and seeking at all turns to ensure that these unjustified tariffs are removed. And in particular, I will say that we won't be negotiating in public given the complexity of the negotiations, given the need to ensure that Canada's position is the strongest possible it can be.
We're about 12 days, I think, at this point into the 30-day timeline. And if the president is true to his word here that talks have ended, I mean, what is your immediate sense of the ability to keep moving ahead, to try to accomplish anything within the 30 days? The steel sector was here yesterday, worried about the job losses just rising at an exponential rate if this keeps going. Just what are your thoughts there on the ability to even keep moving forward right now?
Well, I'd first like to shout out the steel and aluminum industries in our country that are suffering under 50% unjustified tariffs. And we will continue to advocate and act in the best interests of all Canadian businesses, including the steel and aluminum industry. I will also say that supply management has been an important cornerstone of our economic policy, and that too is extremely important for industry, and in particular the agriculture and the agri-food industry. So these are cornerstones of our negotiations. We have certain guiding principles. We're going to continue to push in the best interests of Canadians and Canadian businesses, and we will ensure that the best result is reached for our country. At the same time, we are ensuring that we diversify our supply chain so that we are never again 80% dependent on one particular economy. That's why we have signed the Defense and Security Partnership with the European Union. I signed that on Monday with Minister McGuinty. That's why we are pursuing the diversification strategy in terms of our trade relationships. That means finding new partners abroad. That means deepening our relationships with existing allies. You know, David, we say that we are the only G7 country that has a free trade agreement with every other G7 country. That's true. But we need to leverage those trade relationships now more than ever. And that's exactly what we're doing with CETA and beyond.
Yeah, well, I take your point and your reference there to supply management, because Donald Trump did take aim at dairy products and tariffs there in his social media post today. But it is the trading relationship with the biggest G7 country economically that is in breach right now because of all of this. And Donald Trump says he's ending the trade talks because of the digital services tax, which he calls an egregious tax. This is a new policy for this government, for this country, so it's not a cornerstone policy like supply management. Is it something the government of Canada is willing to reconsider if that's what it takes to move ahead on a trade agreement with Donald Trump?
Again, Minister LeBlanc has carriage of this file and will be taking this and all other issues forward in the negotiations that will not be occurring in public. I will say that on the digital services tax, there are other jurisdictions that are currently utilizing this form of a policy. Let's look at Italy, let's look at the UK, let's look at France. And so let's let also Minister LeBlanc do the work that he needs to do on behalf of our country and make sure, as I said, at all times that Canada comes out on top.
Okay, Minister, I do want to ask you as well about the European agreement that you announced and the commitments that were made at NATO this week. And just to catch the audience up here, this week the Prime Minister signed on to his biggest spending commitment yet. Canada is now on the hook to spend 5% of its GDP on defense by 2035, which is the new agreed upon NATO spending target. The Prime Minister says it will cost Canada about $150 billion a year, and most of that will go directly to military spending on things such as equipment and personnel, but more than a fifth of that money can go to infrastructure, things such as airports or roads to mineral projects and ports and other telecommunications and other expenditures like that. So, Minister, a big commitment this week with Europe, in addition to trying to expand the partnership and the trading relationships you outlined. But defense is now going to become the biggest line item, spending item in the Canadian budget. And the Prime Minister suggested it may force a conversation about some things the federal government can no longer do, at least towards the end of the decade. Do you think Canadians will sign on to that if it means losing out in other areas?
Well, David, let's take a step back and talk about the important moment in Canada's committing to the 2% of GDP target that Canadians have repeatedly asked us to do. And our government under Prime Minister Mark Carney is going to be doing it this year. And so we are standing up as a founding member of NATO and a multilateral partner with all other countries to ensure that we're at 2%. And we are also committing to 5% in the long term. That's by 2035 with a review period in 2029. So let's make sure we have all those facts on the table.
Sure.
Now let's down that 5%. The 5% is, after we get to 2% this year, leaves 3%, obviously. 1.5% is going to be on investments in critical defense and security related expenditures, airports and ports, emergency preparedness systems. Those are infrastructure projects that will benefit the Canadian economy overall, David. So there is a dual purpose, dual use out of that expenditure. And then 1.5 additional percentage points are going to be spent, first and foremost, I will add, on core military expenditures, supports for the Canadian Armed Forces, and ensuring that they have the military equipment that they need. We know that the Canadian Armed Forces is an institution that does need further supports, whether we're talking about salaries and other supports like housing, or whether we're talking about key pieces of infrastructure and equipment. And the good news is that our government is taking those requirements on board immediately.
No, and Minister, I get the breakdown and I understand the value of that money in those specific sectors, but I was struck by what the Prime Minister said, that towards the later part of this decade and into the early part of the next decade, if the spending does keep growing like this, like $150 billion, because we're using current dollars, not $2035, that's a third of all government spending right now. And the Prime Minister made the point that it will likely force a conversation about some things like the federal government can no longer do if you have to keep meeting these spending levels based on the threat environment of the day. And I just wonder what it is you think at this point might be squeezed out by the need to meet these NATO commitments.
So let's be clear. When you're dealing with federal money, which is taxpayer dollars, there is always that calibration of how we prioritize domestic economic and personal needs, if you will, whether we're talking about families or seniors or students or children. Those are all groups that our government has committed to, whether it's the Canada Child Benefit or the $10 a day childcare or increases in OAS and GIS that our government has committed to. But in the long term, of course, we're going to have to calibrate the needs of Canadians and weigh those needs against expenditures generally, whether it is on defense expenditures or other expenditures overall. And that's a matter of dealing with scarce resources. Governments must do that responsibly. And so what the Prime Minister is saying in the first instance, reaching 2% is a responsible decision. Making sure that we are collectively acting with our allies as we move towards 5% is also responsible. And finally, making sure that we do that reevaluation in 2029 and recalibrate where the priorities must lie for Canadians in terms of where they are at right now. What are the needs of Canadians? That's a conversation, of course, that will be had, and we will make sure it is done responsibly.
Well, Minister, as you well know, like committing to a spending target, planning for a spending target, are not executing a spending target. And you've been Minister of Defense, you've done procurement and Treasury Board, so you're well aware of the challenges that have existed, right, in terms of getting procurement money out the door in particular. So how realistic is it that you can get this done in the timeframe that's available? Like, let's look at the 2029 horizon, for example, of being reasonably on the way there. And I mean, what tripwires have to be overcome inside the system as it exists right now? Because I know you want to build a domestic industrial capacity for this, but that's likely going to take a bit of time before it's ready to work. So how quickly can you move on this?
Well, David, these are my favorite questions, so thanks for asking them. I will say, first and foremost, we have an agency that we are setting up to ensure that procurements can move faster. Second of all, we need to ensure that our domestic industrial base is activated, and that will be the case, for example, with the EU Strategic Partnership Agreement that we just signed last Monday, so that domestic companies are going to be able to compete on par with European companies in terms of procurements overseas. And then thirdly, I will say that there are procurements in line to be executed as we speak, whether we're talking about the River-class destroyers, whether we're talking about the F-35s, whether we're talking about ensuring that those polar icebreakers are built and functional. These are all fundamental procurements that are underway, and we will make sure that the Canadian Armed Forces are well supported in terms of their salaries and wages, but also in terms of the equipment that they are utilizing to defend and protect our country.
Okay, Minister, I've gone over time, but I'm hoping you can indulge me with one more question on just one more topic, because it's been that kind of news week. But you put out a statement earlier this week that your officials were seeking information on the death of a Canadian 49-year-old Johnny Noviello who died in ICE custody in Florida. Now, I know Mr. Noviello had not lived in Canada for quite some time, but he did have Canadian citizenship and was in U.S. custody. What's the latest you can tell us on the circumstances surrounding his death? What information have your officials gleaned?
So the individual was a permanent resident of the United States since approximately 1991. When we heard that he had been detained, our consular officials reached out and were in touch with him. At this point, we are also seeking additional information relating to the circumstances of his passing away, and I'd like to extend my condolences to his family. But at all times, regardless of who as a Canadian citizen is detained, our consular officials are there reaching out, making sure that the individual is treated fairly. So we are in the process of seeking additional information at this point, but because of privacy concerns, I won't be in a position to continue to share those additional details.
Okay, so details like official cause of death, things like this, you don't have those, you can't release those. We'd have to get those from American authorities, or what's your understanding of where things are? I know there were underlying health issues potentially at play here, but are you limited on what you can say about that?
I am limited, but as I said, from a foreign affairs standpoint, our role is to ensure immediately that our consular officials are reaching out to Canadians abroad and providing supports and ensuring that they are treated fairly to the best of our ability. That's exactly what our officials were doing from a consular perspective. And as I said, we are in touch seeking additional information relating to this particular case.
Okay, Minister, we'll leave it there. Thanks so much for your time. That's Minister of Foreign Affairs, Anita Anand. Thank you.
Thank you so much, David. Take good care.
Okay, since we recorded that interview, the president has spoken again. Just last hour, U.S. President Donald Trump appeared in the Oval Office. Trump was asked about his decision to terminate trade talks with Canada over the digital services tax that takes effect on Monday. Have a listen to the president.
So Canada put a charge on some of our companies, and Canada's been a very difficult country to deal with over the years. You know, we hear Canada, we have a great relationship with the people of Canada, but it's been very difficult. And they put a charge, and they were a little bit early, we found out about it. So, and we have all the cards. We have every single one. We don't want to do anything bad, but they have, economically, we have such power over Canada. I'd rather not use it, but they did something with our tech companies today trying to copy Europe. You know, they copied Europe. It's not going to work out well for Europe either. And it's not going to work out well for Canada. They were foolish to do it. And so I said, we're going to stop all negotiations with Canada right now until they straighten out their act. Okay?
Is there anything Canada can do to change your mind about this situation?
Well, no, they put a tax on companies that were American companies that they shouldn't, a very severe tax. And yeah, I guess they could remove it. They will, but I don't really, I mean, it doesn't matter to me. We have all the cards. We have all the cards. You know, we do a lot of business with Canada, but relatively little. They do most of their businesses with us. And when you have that circumstance, you treat people better. They've had farmers that are getting like 300, 400, 200% in tariffs. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. We have cases, you don't read this and the people don't report, but they charge us 400% on some dairy products, 400%. Nobody writes that. It's not fair to our farmers, and we've got to protect our farmers.
Okay, so is a trade deal still possible, or was this detonation day? Coming up, we've got political insiders standing by to discuss Canada's next move to salvage these talks. But first, President Trump's online post landed just as Prime Minister Mark Carney met with his Council on Canada-U.S. Relations. Coming up, we'll speak to one of its members about what happened. U.S. President Donald Trump has declared that trade talks between Canada and the U.S. are over. Trump made the shocking announcement just hours ago on social media, ending all discussions effective immediately, he says. This leaves many questions about how Canada will lift the hefty tariffs it currently faces. Trump's trade war hit the steel and aluminum sector especially hard as they face a massive 50% tariff. The Prime Minister says Canada will continue engaging.
Have you spoken to the president today yet, sir?
No, I didn't speak to the president today.
What do you? Any reaction to the news you put out?
No, look, we'll continue to conduct these complex negotiations in the best interest of Canadians. It's a negotiation. Ça va continuer.
Will you back down from the DST?
Flavio Volpe is the president of the Automotive Parts Manufacturers Association and a member of the Prime Minister's Council on Canada-U.S. Relations, which was meeting just before Donald Trump did that. Flavio Volpe, good to see you again. Thanks for being here.
Timing is everything, David.
You know, I feel like here we go again. You know, I know the statement from the president came out after your meeting with the Prime Minister and others had ended, but what's your reaction to this latest news?
Well, you know, I mean, I don't know how many times I've been on the show to say he's an unconventional actor, but it underscores the fact that we're not dealing with a regular trade negotiation with two sides and legislation and rules of origin that need to be updated. This is a negotiation that we're in because he wanted to change the rules of engagement. And he's always been about leverage. We were talking in the meeting about really substantive discussions between the two sides, respectful discussions that, you know, we could be getting somewhere. You know, there's always the wild card that the president might try to pressure negotiations or move away from them at any given time. I think he just reminded us this afternoon that he is a singular force, a singular influence in these conversations that we can't ignore. Is it?
Go ahead.
Trying to shake things up? I don't know, but I do know that this time, you know, right now with this prime minister, there's an open line between the White House and the prime minister's office. I'm sure that the prime minister will have a very good sense of what that, how strong that position is from Donald Trump sooner rather than later.
It's interesting because I'd had a conversation with a Canadian official earlier today, just trying to get a vibe check, essentially, for lack of a better word, on how talks were going. And it was along those lines that I was told that things were moving. The conversations were getting more and more precise, which is what they'd hoped when they set the 30-day timeline at the G7 in Kananaskis. And they were encouraged, and then this happened. I know the DST, the digital service tax, has been an irritant for the the American tech sector, well, and the Canadian tech sector to some degree. But had it been your sense that this was a core issue for the president in this particular stage in the negotiations, or did this just kind of come out of nowhere today?
Well, I've been around long enough to remember the Biden administration, David, and it was a very big issue for the Americans then. Both political and official Washington. And so no less, no more, I think, for this White House. I'm sure, you know, they're great consumers of the news. They heard an update this week about implementation. And, you know, he put out in his Truth Social that it just happened. I think he's a master at this spin. We all know that that's not true. He knows that that's not true, but he's I think, trying to remind the table that he is the final arbiter of the American side. I guess we'll find out over the next few days whether this is something that is really and truly a stopping of the negotiations. I will say this: I was quite pleased to get a better understanding of how substantive the conversations are right now. Hard positions. Both sides looking after their interests, but an acknowledgement more now than 2-3 months ago that there are common values and objectives here that are workable. And I hope that this is the president being the president, but that we'll continue to go forward with the Americans to try to get a solution here. What we heard from officials, what we heard from the prime minister is that at the core of it, we're not going to bend on Canadian objectives, and we're not going to make quick decisions that that set adrift parts of the Canadian economy and different regions of this country. But none of us is going to predict what Donald Trump's going to do on a Friday afternoon,
right,
before a Canada Day weekend, and who he spoke to last there, we're on full trust in the negotiating team, of course, led by the Prime Minister and the Ambassador, to get us back on, at least get a sense of what how tough this position is with the President, and get us back on track.
Yeah, it was interesting to hear the president say, like, as you've pointed out, with the president say, "Oh, we've just learned they're doing this," and it's not true, right? I mean, this goes back to the Biden administration. It's a retroactive tax to early 2022. About $3 billion should be collected, about $900 million a year going forward. But Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, was on CNBC this afternoon in the state saying, "Yeah, we knew this was coming. We just hoped they wouldn't go through with it, and that we're hoping that the Kearney administration, as a gesture of goodwill and change, would have taken it off the table." So it does seem like a leverage play, and they have been asking for certain concessions all along, but it seems the position of Canada is we're not going to agree to anything until we know what we're buying, right, in terms of what we give up. What's your sense of how Canada should react here? We saw the Prime Minister coming out of his office, look calm, said it's a negotiation. We're going to treat it as a negotiation, like a counterweight to the way the President operates. Just what do you think the Prime Minister and his team should do going forward right now?
Well, I think calm is the key word here. He's the only one who's going to be able to get the straightest answer from the president. And I think important to note that they've struck a good working relationship. So I'm sure that they take each other's calls, and it's probably what the next step is here. It's interesting the way these negotiations have been going from the beginning, when they were just very charged, and we had a different prime minister, to this one here. You can't predict the structure of it, because there's no structure. This isn't a complaint within the USMCA. This is somebody putting a punitive tariff on a partner's goods, and seeing how they react. So the only thing you can do is respond with calm. We understand that all of us, including me, you've had me on the show many times, saying things, fighting for Canada, being extremely displeased with the approach and the language and the lack of math in some of the things that come out of the president's mouth. But I think now we're watching a very unique dance take place. My instinct is we're going to continue to be at the negotiating table. What they like to do, and what his style is if you've got something on offer before a deadline, he likes to take it and put it in his pocket and say, "I like that, but what I really wanted was this."
Yeah.
Pressure very specific things that they don't want to trade anything off. That might be this. I think Canadians should know that we may get to a deadline without a deal anyway, and we may be in for some hurt for a long time. I think we've been saying this for months. I'm going to choose to believe that over the course of this long weekend, the president and the prime minister are going to come to terms on something that gets us back at the table before too long, because what we've heard that's been happening at the tables has been substantive,
right?
So material.
So despite this, everything did seem to be moving okay. I mean, as okay as it can be, in these up to now. Like, it seems like the process that was set in motion at the G7 after that face-to-face seemed to be going as hoped. I think would be a fair way to characterize it. But I just wonder, like you say, stay calm, and I get that, and you don't want to panic in the face of it, because then Monday he'll just escalate it again. But in this 30-day window, Flavio, the steel sector, they're really hoping for something to happen, right? I had Catherine Cobden on the show last night, and just blast furnaces can't operate without something to go, right? And people are going to start losing jobs at scale, well beyond the 1,000 people that have lost it already. So, I mean, based on what you heard in the room today and what the president has said publicly today, I mean, what's your optimism level for this 30-day window to get any kind of a resolution?
This is Trump land.
Yeah.
You and I said that on your show about 6 months ago. This is Trump land. I don't know. I do know, I saw that interview with Catherine, and obviously we're big consumers of steel in the auto business, and certainly there are thousands of auto jobs that have gone at least on pause right now as well.
Yeah.
We all need something to happen in the next 30 days. I still believe that there is a possibility here that we work something out over the 30 days, that this is a moment in a long, tough negotiation that's very public, but also I think we all have to understand that that might be tactically a tactical move by our counterparty, rather than just to take it at face value and say, oh, well, it's all over. If he wasn't a tough negotiator, the whole world wouldn't be worried right now. And that's not me giving him a level of admiration or respect. It's they know that they have some leverage, and they know how disruptive that is for us in the short term, and that it may be disruptive to them, but longer term than us, and they're willing to make everybody suffer a little bit, while we work it out.
Yeah, just as a last question, do you think the DST is a sacrifice Canada can and should make, if that's what it takes for a proper trading relationship to get back as close as we can to a proper trading relationship with the U.S.?
We got a lot of competing interests in this country, and I think that the best thing to do is work out a package that gets as much relief as possible for as many of them as possible, and not to concede something in public early on before a deadline. I think it's probably right that these negotiations continue as discreetly as they are, and we may see movement on the DST. Certainly need to see movement on steel. The Americans also need to see something from us that's substantive enough that they don't that the president isn't tempted to just turn his back on whatever deal he makes.
Right. Okay, Flavio Volpe, until the next Truth Social post, thank you for joining us. Flavio Volpe, the president of the Auto Parts Manufacturers Association. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Well, former Quebec Premier Jean Charest helps advise the federal government on U.S. relations. He's also going to join us coming up after this break. U.S. President Donald Trump says trade talks with Canada are off. The president posted to social media that he's terminating all discussions immediately, citing the digital services tax as the reason, saying he would announce new tariffs on Canada within the next 7 days and calling into question whether a deal can be reached by the mid-July deadline discussed at the G7. Foreign Affairs Minister Anita Anand says the government will continue to act in the best interest of Canadians.
We will be pushing and seeking at all turns to ensure that these unjustified tariffs are removed. We won't be negotiating in public given the complexity of the negotiations, given the need to ensure that Canada's position is the strongest possible it can be.
Well, the Prime Minister held a meeting of his Council on Canada-U.S. Relations earlier today. Former Premier of Quebec, Jean Charest, is a member of that council, and he joins us now. Jean Charest, it's really good to see you again. Thanks for being here, sir.
Thank you, David.
Was there any sense this was coming in your meeting with the Prime Minister today? I spoke with Flavio Volpe. He said they were getting a positive update, that things seemed to be moving, and then boom.
Well, that describes it pretty well. And especially, David, you'll remember that as we all woke up this morning, we found out that in the big, beautiful bill, budget bill of Donald Trump, there was a section called 889 that was targeting foreign investment and things like a digital tax or VATs that was taken out of the bill by the Americans. And for good reason, by the way, because it would have hurt foreign investment in the United States. And this was supposed to be the tool used by the American administration to reply to a digital tax. Now, the reason why it's today is because this tax is going to be, or was planned to be, collected as of the 30th of June.
Right.
It's going to go all the way back to 2022, 23, 24. And I can only guess that in the last few days, Donald Trump received calls from people in the industry asking him to do something about it. And that probably explains why he made this decision today.
Yeah, we've seen statements from like the chief of global affairs at Meta, for example, thanking Donald Trump for standing up. And this probably doesn't surprise anybody that the big tech companies are seeing this. But I wonder, Mr. Charest, how you see, this is, I think, day 12 of the 30 days that the president and the prime minister agreed to in Kananaskis. And I don't know what's going to happen on 13, 14, 15. So, like, what do you think happens now?
Well, the president and the prime minister will talk again, as they should, and the Prime Minister Carney has a good relationship in that respect with President Trump. And when I say good, what I mean, David, is that they're communicating. There's a channel, which is important for us, that there always be a channel, whatever the circumstances. And then there are, all sorts of possible scenarios. One of them could be that Canada says, well, we'll suspend the application or the collection of this tax for 30 days and we'll come and we'll return to the table and negotiate. And if we don't get an agreement, then that'll give us the time to turn around and figure out how we are going to reply. Keep in mind, David, there are only 2 countries in the world since all of this has started who have actually imposed counter tariffs, and that's China and Canada. And so Canada has used the counter tariffs, which is not a good scenario. To be very clear, I mean, it's a bad choice among only bad choices, and we hurt ourselves when we do that. But there has to be a way by which we establish a rapport and to be able to defend our interest, and that's what the government is doing.
No, look, the economic integration on the continent has become a circular firing squad of terrorists and counter-terrorists and recriminations. And I take your point about the good relation and that, the Prime Minister and the President can speak to each other. Certainly in the Oval Office and in Kananaskis, it seemed publicly to be positive. But in that same time frame, steel and aluminum tariffs have doubled to 50%, and now this, right? So like it looks good, doesn't feel good if you're in those sectors, and the uncertainty just ratcheted up to a new level with this move.
Well, and it doesn't, and it's not good for the economy. It's not good for investment. It may not be a coincidence that it's announced late on a Friday afternoon as the markets are closing. And the markets will reopen on Monday mornings, something to watch. If the markets get a sense that this whole negotiation is going south and that we're going to continue to be in a bad place, and I'm thinking of 50% tariffs on aluminum, that really hurts the American economy. It hurts us big time, but this really hurts the American economy. Same thing for 50% tariffs on steel. And just, by the way, the issue on steel and aluminum is China. It's not Canada. We're not the issue. And so at one point, you know, the American administration is not going to always resist the laws of physics in what they're doing, and the markets will catch up with them. And that just becomes a matter of time. So it's in everyone's interest that we stabilize the relation between Canada and the U.S. And what Mark Carney is trying to do makes a lot of sense. He's expanding the discussion and the dialogue to issues outside of trade to include the Golden Dome, sovereignty, the border, fentanyl, all these things that President Trump cares about. So we need to just get everyone back to that dialogue. And if we do, well, then we'll all end up in a better place than where we are now.
But, you know, I know there's limits on what you can tell us about the private discussions you have with the Canada-U.S. Advisory Council with the Prime Minister, but the digital services tax being such a inflection point today, I know this has been an irritant going back to the Biden administration, and they were not a fan of it, but I did not have the sense that it was so critical to these talks at this point in time that it could lead to a moment like today. Has it always been there at the center of these discussions, or is this a little bit of a surprise with the way it happened today?
I would say two things. It has always been there. It has not been at the center of the discussions.
Right.
That's as far.
It's been on the menu, but not at the center of it all.
Exactly. But the Trump administration has raised this issue on a regular basis, targeting mostly Europe. This is a story that goes all the way back to the early 20s when the OECD, on the initiative of Europe in particular, put together a whole initiative on a minimum tax for multinationals that are doing digital services, that are in every country in the world but pay no taxes at all for the services they deliver. And it's a pretty simple idea. And it progressed in that way within Europe and within Canada. Of course, the Americans don't like it because they don't like to see their multinational digital companies being taxed. But there's a basic issue of fairness involved here. And by the way, it isn't just the digital tax. They don't like the VATs, you know, the GST of all things they don't like. We don't like the GST either, by the way. I was in the House when it was adopted. But there happens to be something called the necessity for us to have enough resources and taxes to be able to pay for the services we need and the services we want. And this is part of the total picture of what we're consuming, and for which there should be fairness in the application of our taxes.
Well, I don't think you were just in the House when the GST was adopted. I think you were in the government. So, you know, I mean, you have a bit of self-harm you've inflicted there if you don't like it.
Okay, I admit it. I was there. I voted for it, David.
I gotcha.
But, you know, every single government since then, I think, likes the GST.
So they like what they get from it. I get that. But look, what about the digital services tax? This retroactive tax is about $3 billion, $2.5–3 billion, depending on round numbers, $8 to $100 million to $1 billion going forward. If it is going to be this much of an obstacle, is it something Canada should be prepared to trade away in these conversations? The president and even groups like the Canadian Chamber of Commerce, the American Chamber of Commerce, they kind of say it's a bit of a self-defeating tax. I don't know if it is or not. That's their position there. And so should there be movement on this? And do you think a deal is still possible by the midpoint of July as it's been targeted?
A deal is always possible, especially with Donald Trump. Yes, a deal is possible. In the overall scheme of things, you have to take every individual issue and put them in that broader context. And the digital service tax in Canada wasn't overly popular with the business community, never has. It has a long history. And so it's part of what we have on the table. And now it's just moved to the top of the list as opposed to being in the middle of the list of the things that the Trump administration did not like.
Jean Charest, always appreciate the time. Thanks for hopping in front of the camera for us late on a summer Friday. Appreciate you.
Thank you, David.
Thank you, sir. Former Quebec Premier Jean Charest. Well, President Donald Trump initially wouldn't talk about his decision to end trade talks with Canada.
Do you have any questions?
Yes, sir. On the subject, sir.
Not Canada. This is about Canada.
Why not? Why not Canada, by the way?
Why? I mean, because this is about a different subject right now. This is right now actually a much more important subject. We just ended a war that was going on for 30 years where 6 million people died. So don't ask me a trade question on Canada.
Okay, that didn't last. Speaking last hour from the Oval Office, Trump eventually took a question about Canada. Have a listen to this.
We have all the cards. We have every single one. We don't want to do anything bad, but they have, economically, we have such power over Canada. I'd rather not use it, but they did something with our tech companies today trying to copy Europe. You know, they copied Europe. It's not going to work out well for Europe either, and it's not going to work out well for Canada.
So as of right now, Trump says trade talks are off because of Canada's digital services tax, which takes effect this Monday. It's a tax on foreign tech companies. And this afternoon, Trump posted this, writing in part, based on this egregious tax, we are hereby terminating all discussions on trade with Canada effective immediately. We will let Canada know the tariff that they will be paying to do business with the United States of America within the next 7-day period. The U.S. has known about the digital services tax for well over a year now, so what happened? We're going to talk about all of this with our political insiders. James Moore is with us this week. He's, of course, a former Conservative cabinet minister. Because Fred is away, and here with me in the studio, Greg McEachern is a former Liberal ministerial advisor, and Melanie Richer is a former communications director for the NDP. James, we have a long tradition on this Friday panel of curveballs, many of them coming from the United States of America, blowing up the plan. So welcome to that. What is your reaction to what Donald Trump had to say and what the response has been from Canada so far?
I always tried to live by the motto of always respond, never react, go slow. And it looks like Prime Minister Carney and the video clip that I saw of him when he was asked about this by the media, he has that sort of dispassionate view. Who knows? On one day, he's condemning Israel for their attacks on Iran. The next day, the B-2 bombers are leaving from Missouri to do a strategic airstrike. And then the day after that, he's yelling at Benjamin Netanyahu on the phone. Who knows? What I do know is that this policy is nothing new. And in the tweet that was on, or whatever it is, the message that was on Truth Social by President Trump, he mentioned two things, right? He mentioned the digital services tax. He also mentioned supply management. It was factually not true, but these are not new issues or new grievances. The fact that it comes on a Friday afternoon is interesting. Obviously, the tax was set to come in early next week. But, you know, this is a challenge for Canada because there are constituencies in the country who support this tax. There are some people who think that this it does create a global level playing field. But there are a lot of voices in Canada, in the business community, in the creative community, who have a lot of problems with the digital services tax and what it means in terms of limiting voices on Facebook and social platforms. And it has really hurt local news in the country. So this is a spillover from C11, C18, digital services tax, and a broad policy that Prime Minister Trudeau put in place that Prime Minister Carney now has inherited. And so there may be now a reevaluation of all these things in the days going forward because, you know, the President Trump has got a pretty jaundiced view of Canada's cultural policies, broadly speaking. And this is a particular peak that President Trump has found and for which there's frankly a pretty large Canadian audience that agrees with him.
Right, and well, on the other side of it, Mel, though, we did see the Premier of Quebec, Francois Legault, today saying, you know, the digital services tax is important for, you know, cultural industries, but also the tariffs are a very difficult thing, hoping there can be a resolution. But I wonder, here we are 11, 12, 13 days into the 30 days, and the President says it's over. I mean, what do you make of it?
Well, I feel like there's been a few times where we've been sitting around this table where we kind of say,
who knows?
I don't really know. And you know, like we're laughing. It's not funny, but it is. You have to laugh because otherwise I really don't really have a lot of answers for how we're supposed to deal with a president who, you know, to James's point, knew about this. This is not something new. So for it to come on a Friday afternoon, it feels like more of the same of the undermining of our sovereignty, of the undermining of the relationship. And the Prime Minister has done a really good job so far in maintaining those open doors with the president. But every time we see those messages, you know, particularly on Friday, you can't help but think, how are you supposed to have a stable relationship with the country? How are you supposed to have a stable relationship with the president who changes his mind so often or who throws these shots so often? And I think folks are getting a little bit desensitized over it, like they're not sure how to proceed or how to move forward as it relates to the digital services tax. I think a lot of people in this country think that if you do business here, you should be paying taxes here. They pay their fair share of taxes, and they expect the businesses that are here to be doing the same. So I do think that I take the point of a lot of businesses being against this, but for a lot of regular folks, I think the sentiment there is that this is something that makes sense. So I think there would be support for the Prime Minister to kind of hold steady on this. What that looks like over the next few days as we go into Monday, obviously, is interesting, but. Yeah, I feel like hard to say is always the response to these questions.
Yeah, the laugh is almost out of exasperation, right? Because there's like a personal injury law flavor to a lot of this. And you know, Greg, I just wonder, you know, James pointed to the clip of the Prime Minister. You know, he left the PMO and went out very calm. This is a negotiation. We're going to keep working on, you know, the best deal for Canada. No conversations, leaks, briefings, anything on what is actually happening behind the scenes. A very disciplined, buttoned-up kind of shop that, you know, Jean Charest and Flavio Volpe both said it looked like it was going okay.
Yeah.
Then it wasn't. So we'll see.
Yeah, and it was funny. I thought this might come up ahead of the G7 because I heard a lot of talk about this is a retroactive payment and it goes back, I believe, to January of 22. Yeah. And also, you know, the president saying that he just learned of this. Well, yeah, it got royal assent in 2024, but I believe this was a 2019 election promise, and it was mentioned in the fall economic statement of 2020. And there's no way that, you know, American officials were unaware of this. I think the election in the United States might have had something to do with how it was handled because the Biden administration kind of dropped their pursuit of this around the same time of the election. But, you know, you start with the president not knowing or saying that he's just learned of this. And I recall, I think it was at the end of January where there was a very dramatic Oval Office moment. And I was standing in the hallway waiting to come on, and someone from the then Prime Minister's office said, do reporters think that the Prime Minister may come out tonight? And I said, definitely. And they said, it's not going to happen until we get it in writing. Right. And, you know, we were able to kind of cover that, so people got to go home on a Friday night. But that's a good policy until, you know, other than what I don't think I've ever.
This is one of the tariff measures or whatever it was.
I don't think I've ever seen Truth Social on Truth Social. I think I see a screen capture on other platforms. So, it could exist. I'm not sure. But I think that's, you know, the proper way to go.
Right. So on this issue of we just learned of it, as the president says, well, his Treasury Secretary was on CNBC late this afternoon to discuss collapse in trade talks. I don't know if collapse is the right word, but whatever status it is in. And Scott Bessent admitted that the Trump administration has long known about the digital services tax, but thought that since it was from the Justin Trudeau era, that Prime Minister Mark Carney would take care of it for them. Have a listen to this.
We were hoping as a sign of goodwill that the new Carney administration would at least put a break on that during the trade talks. They seem not to have. President Trump has responded, and my inclination is that Ambassador Greer over at USTR will be starting a 301 investigation into the digital services taxes to determine the amount of harm to the U.S. companies and the U.S. economy in general.
James, I wonder what you make of that there's this strange, the commentary you hear from the American officials is almost like they just say, oh, Canada should do this for us. You know, like, oh, as a sign of goodwill, put a break on this, give it to us. You're killing steel jobs. You're threatening aluminum jobs. Auto jobs are lost or on hold by the thousands. But they kind of expected as a sign of goodwill, Canada would just drop this before actually getting a concession back from the United States.
Yeah, and they threw the first punch, right? And let's not forget as well that this authority and these policies that are put in place, including the other half, as I mentioned, of the Truth Social post of the president today, all of these things are happening under the guise of a free trade deal that Donald Trump demanded the negotiation of. We negotiated in good faith, and we ratified a trade deal that Donald Trump agreed to and that he demanded the negotiation. So Canada is obeying the laws and the trade agreements and the global movement of goods and services under an agreement that Donald Trump negotiated and signed with great fanfare and celebration of his brilliance. So, so now he gets reelected from 45 to 47, then he comes in and starts attacking Canada. There's nothing, by the way, on the other side of this, there's nothing magical about the digital services tax in terms of what it means as a benefit for Canadian creators and their market audience. There's nothing that stops the government of Canada from creating other tools and other opportunities to support Canada's creative sector that would mean that you have to have in place a digital services tax. There are other ways of doing this. And that Premier Charest's suggestion in your previous segment there was an eloquent one. right? Which would be to say that we're going to have a timeout or a pause in the digital services tax, and we're going to shelve the policy for, say, a calendar year while we re-examine policies that would be aligned with a renewed Canada-U.S. free trade agreement, so that our policies are aligned in a way to support the creative communities and ensure that there is parity between our countries and full access to each other's marketplaces in the rest of the world. There are things that you can do that would be beneficial. Canada and Prime Minister Carney, including from the carbon tax and a lot of policies, he has divorced himself from a lot of policies from the Trudeau era that he views as being accretive to Canada's economy and forward lean and forward benefit. There's nothing to say that the digital services tax, we couldn't take a time out on it and shelve a lot of these policies, maybe not permanently, but certainly until we get not just past the tariff fight, but through the CUSMA renegotiations, and then put them back on the table in terms of what is the balance of policies we want to have in Canada relative to the benefit that we would have of tariff-free market access to the U.S. economy. I think that's probably a more sweeping, thorough approach to public policy that the country needs.
But James, don't you think you'd need to get something in return for doing that at this point in time? You know, if you were going to, you know, knock off $3 billion of retroactive tax payments and $1 billion a year going forward, then, you know, the auto tariffs have to go away, the steel tariffs have to go away. Something has to give, because right now it's all take.
Steel, aluminum, steel, aluminum, auto. I mean, you know, lumber. You know, twice as many people work in the lumber industry than work in steel and aluminum combined. The steel and aluminum are being attacked uniquely by President Trump. But you could say extend a no tariff policy, and we will not bring in this new policy and implement it until we get to the CUSMA renegotiations scheduled for calendar 26. Meanwhile, we will continue to have conversations about the broader trading relationship. Right. That would be an elegant and responsible public policy approach. But you have to have two people at the table who are interested in elegant and responsible public policy at the table.
A lot of words get thrown around in this. Elegant is rarely used. Mel, what are your thoughts on that? I mean, from the Canadian side, it seems like I think James and Mr. Charest, they have way more experience with this stuff than I do. But you know, there are ways to use the pause button to get you to a solution. But you do need a sweetener here, right?
Totally. You need to be able to meet in the middle and find a path forward. Folks here are hurting, particularly in the steel and aluminum industries, and that hurt is not going away anytime soon. So to your point, to take something off the table without anything in return, and when, you know, outbursts like this happen on the regular, it's hard. It's a hard sell. The other thing that I just can't help but talk about, the imagery of this week. I don't know what social platforms you live on. I live on Instagram, and I've just been bombarded by the Bezos wedding in Italy this week and how it's going to cost up to $56 billion. And I don't know who in my universe is like, yeah, that man should not be paying taxes in Canada. So, and I would say New Democrats, Liberals, and Conservatives that I'm friends with would agree that maybe he's got too much money. But that imagery of that as this conversation is happening, and again, there are no concessions. There are no, you know, okay, we're going to play nice here. It's, we expect you to drop everything. We expect you to do everything that we want you to do. And again, to James' point, we threw the first punch. They
threw the first punch. Yeah.
Yes.
They
threw the first punch. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a hard sell to people right now, and it's hard to see how you take that off the table without being given something. But again, you're not really dealing with somebody who's reasonable.
Yeah, and you know, Greg, there is a innocent bystander component to this, you know, for the Canadian economy in some ways. You're standing around minding your own business, broadly playing by the rules. And, you know, the battering of your certainty, of your wallet, of your savings, of your employment, it just keeps coming and coming and coming and coming. I just don't see how you can give any kind of a broad concession to the president right now, like while the 30-day window and the July 21st counter-tariff deadline are still there.
Yeah, and you know, the Secretary's comments, it does beg the question, well, did you have this conversation with the new Prime Minister? You know, why are you doing it via American television? You know, full disclosure, I did work for a streaming service for a long time, and I don't want to conflate some of the issues, but James has mentioned, you know, the creative industries in Canada, and you know, I understand because they spend a lot of money in Canada, and there are a lot of spin-offs from that. But also, I understand, if a ride-sharing app is making money and they're making money off Canadians, and we're looking at other jurisdictions that have a DST and they're doing that, of course, it lines up that we're going to do this. But just to kind of mess it up even a bit further, this is not to say that some U.S. states would not also introduce a DST. New York State at one point was, I don't know currently, but at one point they were talking about a 4% DST. So I feel like the president has kind of, surprise, come to this lately, and I think we need to kind of wait until we actually, as I said in the previously, let's see what actually what they're going to be negotiating with or on. If there's a pause, I don't think people will be. It's been backdated for quite a while. I don't think another pause is going to be horrendous.
Yeah, these digital giants, they have more power than some countries and some nation states, and pay very little tax, even in the countries where they are, because of the way the U.S. tax system is structured. Like, Bezos can do these weddings because he can get around paying a lot of things by just not realizing the wealth. But, whatever the implications of what the president said today, it creates uncertainty. And this is a big issue for a lot of the provinces. The Alberta Finance Minister, Nate Horner, was out today, and he was asked today about President Trump's abrupt end to the trade talks with Canada, and his point was that this just fuels the uncertainty that's already rippling through the economy. Have a listen to this.
We're sitting here talking about investment uncertainty and this chilling effect on the economy overall, and this is a great example. I think even this morning before that post was made, people were feeling pretty good about the progress on the trade file between Canada and the U.S. So it just highlights this uncertainty is something that until it truly goes away, investors are not going to invest. We're not going to create more jobs and be all that we can be with this hanging over our heads. So I don't really have a specific response. I hope they can do their deals in good faith, behind the curtain, and hopefully it happens sooner than later.
David, perhaps we could set up a meeting between him and his boss in terms of addressing uncertainty.
Right. Well, yeah, but there's a bigger point there, right, that he's talking about, and James, just that everyone was feeling pretty good that it was moving, including the negotiators for Canada, right? And then boom. And like Catherine Cobden was here yesterday from the Canadian Steel Association, and it's like worried that like in the next 10 days or so, thousands and thousands of more jobs could go down. This, your order books are not going to get any better with this coming from the White House today, James.
Yeah, obviously not helpful. Minister Horner's not wrong. One hopes that things can get back on track, but that's frankly part of the issue of the Trump administration. This president promised 90 trade deals in 90 days. We're now on day 78. There are 0 trade deals. I think that's among the reasons why he's probably doing this, right? So when the 90-day clock runs out and there are 0 trade deals, he can say to Congress or to the people or to the media who chastise him, he can say, look, among the reasons why we don't have a trade deal is because Canada went forward with this DST. We thought we had a new deal. They got a new government. They got rid of that Trudeau guy. They brought in Carney, and he seemed like a good guy. Then, bang! Right before, right before July 4th, right before our national holiday, and they're celebrating their candidate, they bring in a tax and punish our digital producers. Like, this is not what you do. So you can sort of see himself, casting himself ahead a couple of weeks to give himself some talking points when he doesn't get his 90 deals in 90 days. That's one thing. Second, Minister Horner's right. The uncertainty is not helpful. The province of Alberta may wish to not contribute to the uncertainty by maybe reversing course on their plebiscite referendum policies of, allowing people the gasoline and matches to put, Canada's certainty on destabilized grounds in the months going forward. That would be a phenomenal contribution to the stability of Canada and our economy. And the third thing is what you said there. I think is correct, David. Right? That this is not a political game. There are thousands of people whose jobs are on the line who do see these headlines, and when they get a little chirp on their phone for a news update and they see a headline that trade talks are off, they get really scared about their mortgage, their kids, their family, and their future. And this is very serious stuff. And I know that the Prime Minister understands that, the administration understands that, and hopefully, as I said, in my earlier recommendation on a way forward, that they'll find the right approach to maybe take a timeout on this tax, reconsider it, punt it down the road, and then engage and maybe get some kind of a concession from the Americans and get things back on a positive track.
Yeah, Greg, I think that's kind of might have been where you were going, right? Like that the uncertainty in Alberta is also, the particular political coalition that is the United Conservative Party base, creates challenges for any premier, and they're manifesting here right now. But, the uncertainty from Trump right now, like, if you're Sault Ste. Marie and Algoma Steel, like that's the town, right? Like there are certain towns like steel towns and things that remind me of the fish plant towns, man. Like when the fishery collapsed in the mid-90s back home, that there was no future for it afterwards, right? And these are the sort of stakes as the president does these things on a whim.
Yeah, and we certainly talked about that from about January on. Anytime that any of us got outside of the Ottawa bubble, I was always struck by the number of people that were referencing the uncertainty, and you started to feel it in things like your retirement savings, right? They've kind of had a comeback, but it's this continuous uncertainty. And look, from Canada's point of view, the Prime Minister had a pretty good couple of weeks. The G7, the NATO meetings, the deal with the European Union, and all of a sudden, late on a Friday, we have this huge fly in the ointment, and we don't actually know what exactly the United States government is going to pursue. And look, I'm very happy to see the Alberta Finance Minister say this. I think you will probably see some other premiers follow on this. And look, just anecdotally, I can look literally in my backyard and see a whole bunch of Canadian flags up today and last night that in places that I wouldn't have seen last year. So I think Canadians are still very, very much behind our premiers and our Prime Minister on this. I don't think the United States, this is, July 4th is always a big day in this town. Yep. I think it's going to be an interesting week next week.
Yeah. I'm very curious to see July 1 and July 4, how those things go here in Ottawa, inside the bubble protector from a lot of the problems that the rest of the country is dealing with. But, Mel, you sort of look at this shock from Trump. I don't know if it's a shock. I don't know what a Trump shock is anymore. But you can kind of see the knitting together of all the different avenues that the Prime Minister has been sort of pursuing, right? The idea of, internal free trade, defense industrial policy, knitting it together, the deals with Europe on building trade and defense partnerships, the commitment with NATO, because of the unreliability of the United States. But, all of that is going to cost, along with this uncertainty. And we did hear from the Prime Minister today in committee to the 5%, or not today, this week, the 5% NATO target, that this is going to eat up a bigger and bigger and bigger share of federal spending power. We're going to have some difficult conversations over the next 10 years, which is kind of the sacrifice, I think, that he had been alluding to, that the federal government may have to stop doing some things. Because I don't want that to get lost in what Trump did, because that was a significant statement from Mark Carney, I thought.
Yeah, and he kind of said that we're going to have to, take a look at where our spending goes, which I will point out that Jagmeet Singh mentioned during the campaign a few times that this is something that could be on the table. And listen, a lot of the things that Prime Minister has done in either investing or spending more time developing other relationships, in investing, in removing, the trade barriers that we have in this country, I think those are all good things. I think one really big hole as part of his strategy has been how we take care of people in a more concrete way. And I think the big thing that I'm seeing, at least in the last few weeks, is a lot of his announcements are focused on investing in our industries, making sure businesses have other avenues if they need to close doors. But where has been missing is the help for workers who are being laid off and who will be continued to laid off. I know there were some initial measures for EI, but nothing has been done to actually address a lot of the problems with EI for those folks who are going to be losing their jobs. There are no, replacement wages or anything like that. And when you're talking about those difficult decisions of where we're investing and where we're not, I think that is scary for a lot of those workers. I think if what we see with the lack of stability with the U.S., if that continues, we're just going to see more. Unfortunately, I hope that doesn't happen, but I think we're going to see more of that. And as we alluded earlier, people are having to pay their mortgages or having to put food on the table. And that fear and that anxiety is just going to elevate if we don't address that. So as he's having, those reflections of where we invest and where we not, I think it's massively important that we don't forget how we're helping people make ends meet, because if not, we're going to go back to the same anger of, the flags that we were seeing everywhere, and that would be a massive step back from where we've gotten in the, everybody's flying that Canadian flag, which I love seeing, but we haven't seen for a long time around here.
Yeah, I mean, the timelines in these things, like, the steel industry has talked about the need for maybe a COVID-style wage subsidy, not necessarily a COVID scale, but COVID style, if they get into a prolonged shutdowns because of all of this. And the horizons for the difficult choices, though, James, as the Prime Minister laid it out, gets up to around 2028, 2029, 2030, those sorts of things. But I wonder what you thought when we heard him say that if we get up to $150 billion in 2025 dollars in defense spending, that's like $1 in $3 of federal spending going to the defense industry every year. The kind of conversations and things you have to say no to or just dump overboard to get to those targets. I mean, what was your thoughts when the Prime Minister laid that out?
Yeah, and hopefully there'll be some thoughtful analysis over the summer from some third parties, not just, frankly, political parties and vested interests, right? Of people who sort of dispassionately put on the table of what are the big pieces of spending that we're doing in the government of Canada and what might fall off the table. You look at the child care agreements with the provinces that are going to time lapse. The Prime Minister has said that he'll renew them, but at what scale, at what pace, and what growth rate, given that Canadian immigration levels have really gone down quite dramatically. We saw some new numbers just the other day about how Canadian immigration is flatlined and is receding. So what do the transfers to provinces look like in the next 5 to 10 years, and how might we re-rationalize those costs? What do other agreements that we have with the provinces, a lot of big infrastructure spend, but there's other spending on infrastructure that is sort of steady state and flowing to provinces. Might that be reimagined? There's also a closer way to get to 3.5% that you've talked about on your show. Incorporating Coast Guard into our spend, which we've done, increasing salaries, which we've done, having some industrial regional benefits or the downstream effects of the industrial benefits of spending, have that included into the sort of the percent of GDP that constitutes the spend on defense. So there are a lot of ways of sort of capturing a growth in spend that makes sense. But to the original point, though, of this whole segment and talking about Donald Trump, just remind everybody, we are 1/8 of the way through Donald Trump 47.
Yeah, I know.
There's a long tail to the consequences of the November election last year. And so all these twists and curves and all these different things that are going to happen, it's going to be dramatic. And then once you get past the midterms of next year, if President Trump, if the Republicans lose the House but hold the Senate, which is kind of the contemporary projection of things, then that actually might make the president even more aggressive and more assertive with the constitutional powers that he has by the power of the presidency, to be even more aggressive on trade matters, because it's one of the things that he does have the power to exercise as he goes into his sunset years as the president of the United States. And then there'll be the jockeying for the Republican Democratic nominations. So the Canada-U.S. relationship is complicated. It's deep. It goes way past the digital services tax and the contemporary tariffs. This is a long, complicated relationship that's on fire right now, it feels like. But the cooler heads, longer view, rational approach is the mindset that we should start getting ourselves to, playing the very, very long game.
Yeah, the time frame you spell out, I was doing this very early in the Trump mandate, and I had to stop because it was freaking me out. But a presidential term is 1,461 days. We're 159 days into this one. So, there's a lot of math, but it's like 1,302 days to go. Greg, quick last word to you.
Yeah, I mean, and I was, before even James got to the midterms, I was thinking about it as well. And you look at the Democratic Party, you actually can't count on them right now. The other thing I thought this might be today was, the president had a terrible week trying to defend what they did in Iran. I thought this might be a squirrel distraction, and he didn't even want to address the question at the beginning. So obviously somebody's got his ear on this, and he's done that, and that actually I find a bit concerning, because a little knowledge is a dangerous thing.
Yeah, and look, we know the avenues of conversation are open between him and the Prime Minister. That was certainly my conversations with Flavio Volpe and Jean Charest today that imply that those continue. Like, we don't get readouts on those. I guess, it's not a formal meeting, so you wouldn't, but I think they're going to need to talk over the weekend, to try to get something done here. All right, they're not out of time. We're out of time. James, it's great to have you here on the Friday, man. We appreciate you filling in. James Moore, Greg McEachern, and Melanie Richer. Have a good weekend, everybody. Have a good Canada Day if you can. As U.S. President Donald Trump, he's announced this halt to trade talks with Canada via a social media post today. Trump later elaborated on his decision from the Oval Office. Our reporter in Washington will break down this termination in talks with Canada's biggest trading partner, coming up after this. Well, U.S. President Donald Trump announced today that he is apparently stopping trade talks with Canada effective immediately. Now, not even 2 weeks ago, Trump and Prime Minister Mark Carney committed to reaching a trade deal within 30 days. It's day 12. The CBC's Sam Sampson joins us now from Washington to break down this latest development in Canada-U.S. relations. So, Sam, another Donald Trump surprise for you and I this week. Walk us through the details of Trump's announcement today.
Yes, when the United States president posts something on Truth Social, the world kind of jumps, and as the case was today. So he posted this afternoon that Canada just announced its use of the digital services tax on American technology companies, which he calls a blatant attack on our country. Look at this. He goes on to write, based on this egregious tax, we are hereby terminating all discussions on trade with Canada, effective immediately. There's also a statement about letting Canada know its tariff in the next week, which, as you mentioned, is very ominous, a little concerning because Trump and Prime Minister Mark Carney agreed at the G7 to come up with an agreement on trade dispute in 30 days. So this kind of casts a shadow, a pretty major shadow of doubt on all of that. Now, a couple of hours ago, the president gave this as a form of explanation.
Economically, we have such power over Canada. I'd rather not use it, but they did something with our tech companies today trying to copy Europe. You know, they copied Europe. It's not going to work out well for Europe either, and it's not going to work out well for Canada. They were foolish to do it. And so I said we're going to stop all negotiations with Canada right now until they straighten out their act.
Pretty clear there. Things are not going to work out well for Canada. The thing is, he mentioned Canada's doing something today. This tax didn't just happen today. The idea, first of all, of this tax goes back to 2019 from the Liberal government at the time. The only timely thing really about this tax is it starts Monday, June 30th, and it includes a retroactive bill of about $2 billion that's due on that day. So this announcement really comes at the final hour. And, you know, I've heard a lot of analysts say that Canada shouldn't give a knee-jerk reaction to what the president posts online in terms of negotiation, which may be true. I don't know. I'm not a negotiation expert. But as I mentioned, it's important to realize that when the president writes something online, the world pays attention whether or not it's a negotiation tactic. I mean, you and I saw it throughout this week. We heard about a ceasefire between Iran and Israel from a Truth Social post from Donald Trump. We even learned this morning of a news conference with a 30-minute heads up from a presidential post on Truth Social. So while decisions may not be based on posts, the world is watching and it does react.
Yeah, and in this case, I mean, the posture in Canada has been to react to actions, not words, but in this case, the words were to cancel negotiations, so the words were in action because they were effectively in order, and so here we are. But look, you're right on the tax. It's coming into effect on Monday. The Americans have not liked it, their tech sector in particular. I mean, walk us through some of the concerns that are there, because this has been a bone of contention for years. It's just become the bone of contention in the trade talks today.
Yes, so it's called the Digital Services Tax, and it's going to hit companies like Amazon, Google, Meta, Uber, Airbnb, all of the apps on my phone, essentially, with a 3% levy on revenue from Canadian users. And as I mentioned, it will apply retroactively back to 2022. So we are talking a couple of US billion dollars here. So the Computer and Communications Industry Association here in the US believes the tax will lead to annual losses of anywhere between $900 million and $2.3 billion for U.S. firms, and could result in up to 3,000 job losses here in the United States. So they're pushing for the U.S. Trade Representative to open an investigation on the tax. They write in a statement, here it is, Canada's decision to begin collecting payment under this unfair and discriminatory tax marks an unfortunate escalation in the targeted efforts of foreign governments to extract revenue from leading U.S. firms while exempting their own domestic competitors. It goes on to say this undermines not only a key U.S. export sector, but also bilateral trade ties between two critical partners. And these are the United States is the most important partner in terms of trade that the United States has, and that's why this could have such a big impact on Canada. But you should also understand, here in Washington, this is like a pretty low-level story today because there's so many other things going on. There were Supreme Court decisions that came down earlier today. The president is focused on getting his income tax cut bill passed, the big, beautiful bill. He's trying to pass it by July 4th. And again, there are questions still about the Israel-Iran ceasefire. So while this is important for Canadians, because this is the biggest trade partner that we have, it's not really the main focus today here in Washington.
No, they have many balls in the air all at the same time, and a lot of them he threw up there himself. All right, Sam, thank you so much. That's the CBC's Sam Sampson in Washington. Okay, that's the view from America. We're going to come back to Canada now. Hassan Yousaf is here. He's, of course, an independent senator, former Labour leader, and a member of the Prime Minister's Council on Canada-U.S. Relations. Senator, it's good to see you again. Thank you for being here. I wonder if we can start with your reaction to this latest news coming from the President's phone and from the Oval Office.
Well, I think as Canadians, we're accustomed to, of course, the President having these temper tantrums and saying things that we know are going to have a devastating impact on our country. So we shouldn't be surprised. We're in negotiations right now. And of course, I kind of expected the President will be doing something dramatic. And here we are today. Something dramatic has happened. And I think we need to, of course, remind ourselves this is not the only dramatic things that will happen to us in regard to negotiating, of course, with the President to get the tariffs off. That's having such a devastating impact on so many workers and industry across this country. So, you know, we should brace for this. There's more to come, and we're just going to have to stay strong and stay committed that our country eventually will reach a deal in some fashion that will represent the interests of Canada, regardless of the President's action.
We're not even halfway through the 30 days that the two leaders agreed to in Kananaskis when things looked so hopeful. And you know, even today, your council was being briefed on progress, more precision in the conversations and the negotiations, and things seem to be moving. And now this. So what is your sense that if this is truly serious from the President, and who knows where things will be on Monday, that talks are over?
Well, I think the important for us is not to cave to the President demand, because that's no way to do negotiations. And more importantly, what will he demand next of us before we get to the end of a negotiation? The whole process of the negotiation, they can put whatever they want to put on the table. That's fair for them to do so. But we'll talk about that and see where we can have a good deal for Canada, as we will have a good deal for the United States. At the end of the day, I think we should recognize this President always do things in a very dramatic way to get our attention. And we knew that during the recent election, the Prime Minister's got a mandate to respond to the President in a way that will defend the interests of this country. But we should recognize we've got a long way to go to get a good agreement with the United States, and more drama is going to come with that, and the President's going to do everything possible to get us to our knees. We are never going to bow down to him. We need to remain strong as a country, and I think the Prime Minister has a mandate to do so.
I take your point that it's fair for the U.S. as a negotiating partner, for lack of a better term, to put something on the table. But he also kind of just flipped the table today, right? You know, and just walked away from it and said, this is the end of it. Are you worried that this could be, you know, one of those bad inflection points that sort of kills what progress was made, and things get dug in now and it starts to get even more grim for companies and workers?
Well, I think the President is fully aware that our Prime Minister really wants to sit down with him and try to find an agreement that will be in the benefit of both of our countries. But in order to do that, we all have to act in a mature manner with respect for each other, recognizing each side have the ability to raise issues during the negotiations and try to find common ground. But I think it's also important for Canadians to recognize, in regard to the reaction the President has chosen to respond to in terms of this tax, these are some of the richest corporations. This is on Canadian revenue. And by the way, everybody in this country have to pay tax on the basis of their income. We're simply a small amount of tax on the income they generate in this country is certainly not unfair. It doesn't discriminate in any way. These companies make a huge amount of money in Canada. And fundamentally, I think we need to recognize it's only fair that we should determine for our own interests as a democratic country what's good for Canada. And of course, these companies can afford to pay this tax. But the President is trying to shake us down. I think fundamentally we have to remain strong. We want to reach an agreement with the United States, but equally we need to defend our industries, our workers, and more importantly, our democratic values as to how we make decisions in this country based on our self-interest.
There is an imbalance, though, in this entire negotiation and this entire relationship. I mean, not just between Canada and the United States, but you've got companies like Meta and others on that side of this negotiation cheering on the President in this move today for you know, condemning the digital services tax. I mean, these corporations are more powerful than some companies, or sorry, than some countries, and when they're being backed by the most powerful country on earth in a fight like this with Canada, it's not an even playing field, is it, Senator?
Well, if you ask the workers in the auto industry, in the steel industry, the aluminum industry, the softwood lumber right now, they will tell you, by the way, fundamentally what pain looks like and what they're enduring, and not knowing when that pain is going to end. I think we obviously don't want to see the president respond this way to something that he thinks is important for his country to get resolved with Canada. We, of course, would like to find a resolve to this, but it's part of a grand bargain of trying to reach a fair agreement for us and our industries and our workers, as it is for the United States and the outcome of those negotiations. The way to do that is in a mature way, is to sit down across the table, of course, lay out their objective, our objective, and see where we can find common ground and find compromise. That's how negotiations are done. I spent a lifetime doing that. No matter how difficult it was, eventually you could find an agreement. If you have a common understanding and respect for each other, the president needs to recognize the respect does not come with threatening us and trying to intimidate us. That hasn't worked so far in trying to get us to become the 54th state. Right. And this is not going to work equally. We want to find solutions that's going to work for both of our countries. But the way to do that is to sit down across the table with the issues they think are important. Let's address that in a mature way that can lead to the outcome that we are both seeking, a final agreement that will take the tariff off on the major industries and the workers are impacted, but equally will recognize the United States' interest in how we can resolve that in a manner that they will see as fair and just at the same time.
I know you're not at the bargaining table, obviously, because it's a tight circle doing that, but you're in the broader advisory circle, and you were there last time, right? When the Trudeau government was dealing with Trump on the the NAFTA renegotiation that led to CUSMA. What's your sense of the flavor of these negotiations with Trump 2 compared to Trump 1? You know, is it a more fundamental, are the stakes higher in this than in the last time because he is more experienced, more emboldened, and surrounded by true believers now? I just wonder what your sense is in terms of like the challenges to Canada in this negotiation compared to the last one.
Well, there's three. First and foremost, the president is more directly involved in the negotiation that we've seen from the last time. The last time we had a reference point to start the negotiation was called NAFTA. And the president wanted to negotiate that agreement. And we know, of course, what was in that agreement, and we know what the United States were seeking to change. So from the context of that, it provides, of course, each side to analyze different positions that's coming forward. This time, of course, the president imposed a series of tariffs that have nothing to do with the agreement renewal. And fundamentally, despite having officials, a number of them in the administration being charged with that responsibility, it appears to me that despite their best effort, ultimately it's the president who makes the final call. And we don't know what is motivating the president in regard to his action. And that does not simply apply to us, it applies to every other country that are involved with negotiations. So I think we should simply get used to this. And as Canadians, there's going to be a lot of pain that our country will feel, but fundamentally, we cannot cave to the president's whim. That's no way for us to exercise our sovereignty, and that's no way for us to conduct negotiations. I recognize the devastation this will have if the president refused to come back to the table, but ultimately, we're not without some tools to try to figure out a way how we're going to get this thing resolved. I don't believe at the end of the day we simply should accept the president's demand to simply give him what he wants, because tomorrow morning he'll come back and say something else that we need to give him, even though we don't have a conclusion to the negotiations. I think as a country, we are finished as a democracy, but equally, it would be an affront to what we just have in a democratic election where Prime Minister got a mandate in regard to how we should conduct ourselves with the United States. And I think Canadians need to remain strong and support our national government in the efforts to ensure we can get a good agreement, both for ourselves, but also respecting the United States, who we want to have an agreement with and maintain our strong relationship.
Yeah, I think it's pretty clear after two rounds of this that there is no appeasement threshold you can get to that makes the pain go away until you've got everything settled. And even then, as we're learning, you get it settled 5 years ago, and well, he blows it all up this time around, right? So you've got to get all that.
By the way,
what's that?
I learned a long time ago. I said I learned a long time ago, and this is just from my background and history. We used to tell the employers we would like a significant wage increase, and the employer will say, how much is that? And we said, we'll tell you how much it is when you put the money on the table. Of course, we know that would never lead to an agreement. Ultimately, we had to give them some ballpark is what we were looking for, and then figure out what's the common ground that we can achieve. But it do require compromise. Negotiations are always about compromise. we have always been a fair trading partner with the United States, and we also recognized what compromise looked like. But until the president is prepared to conduct himself in such a fair and equitable manner, we're not going to be able to get there. And fundamentally, I see this as a shakedown. I think we should not fall for this shakedown from the president. And fundamentally, we'll see what he does at the end of the day. If he doesn't want to get back to the table, I'm sure we'll reconvene as a council, because there's a lot of important people who are impacted by the tariffs already that's on the council. But equally, I think the Prime Minister is fully aware of the pain that Canadians are going through who are impacted by this.
Yeah, no question. Senator Hassan Youssef, a member of the Prime Minister's Council of Canada-U.S. Relations. We always appreciate the time. Thanks for being here today, sir.
Always, my friend. Thank you kindly for having me.
Well, the RCMP is investigating after an explosive device went off at the constituency office of a British Columbia MLA this morning. We're going to bring you the latest on that story next. The RCMP says it is investigating after an explosion at a BC MLA's constituency office today. The RCMP say the incident happened early this morning at North Vancouvre MLA Bowen Ma's office. The CBC's Mira Baines is following this story for us, and she joins us now. Mira, this is something to hear about today. What do we know about this explosion? What happened?
Well, there's still a heavy police presence outside the constituency office of MLA Bowen Ma in North Vancouvre. Police say they are investigating and looking into whether the incident is politically motivated or potentially targeted. So overnight, RCMP in North Vancouvre say that people sent in reports of two loud bangs. One happened around 2:30 a.m., Police went out and checked. They didn't find anything. And the next one happened around 4:15 a.m. And that's when they found damage to the door to the constituency office of Bowen Ma. And so this happened very early in the morning. No one was hurt, but there is a lot of concern in the community. This is what RCMP had to say.
The investigation is early in the stage. The office building does belong to an MLA's office, and we're in touch. Our investigators are in touch with her, Bowen Ma's office. And so, again, that is something we're going to be looking at, see if this was specifically targeted at her office or was this in general. So we don't know.
Police also said that their explosive disposal unit was on site. Their serious crimes unit has taken control of this investigation, and they're adding additional resources to find out exactly what happened and what the motivation might have been. But they are asking for people to bring out any CCTV camera footage they may have or dash cam footage and turn it over to police. So far, they're not saying that these two bangs are connected, but still the community out there is still quite frightened. We did manage to contact MLA Bowen Ma, and she spoke to CBC News in person, and she said that her and her husband are just reeling from this incident. And Bowen Ma is not only the infrastructure minister here in British Columbia, she's also a new mother. So a lot of concern. She said that all her meetings for the day were canceled and appointments were canceled, and into next week as well. She said, thankfully, nobody was injured, but incidents like this can be quite frightening. But due to the active police investigation, I will not be providing any more details at this time. But we did hear from BC Premier David Eby. Take a listen.
There was an explosion in the door of her office, that it was deliberately set. We don't have any information about motive, but obviously this is profoundly concerning and troubling.
And other BC NDP MLA offices are closed today. They were given a choice as to whether they felt comfortable opening them or whether they wanted to keep them closed.
Okay, Mira, thanks so much. That's the CBC's Mira Bain with us today. Well, there wasn't much turbulence in financial markets after U.S. President Donald Trump dissolved trade talks with Canada. So why are investors keeping calm and carrying on? Well, the CBC senior business reporter Peter Armstrong joins us next. U.S. President Donald Trump's trade war has caused some pretty wild swings in financial markets this year, but after his bombshell decision today to immediately stop trade talks with Canada, there was no dramatic sell-off. Markets actually finished in positive territory. So Peter Armstrong, you know him. He's the CBC senior business reporter. He's in Toronto. Like, Peter, normally it's the kind of uncertainty markets hate. Is Trump just baked into every index out there now? I mean, what's your sense?
Look, I honestly think traders have learned a lesson that I think we maybe all should, of like, take a beat and absorb the news, figure out what is being done versus what is being said. We very quickly got a bit of confusion between Trump saying no talks and Carney saying there were talks. The Canadian dollar fell pretty sharply, and then it slowly crawled its way, not back to where it started, but pretty close. And I think it tells us that traders today don't believe this is a fundamental breakdown. They see this, I think, and the people I've been talking to today largely see this as yet another bluster and rhetoric and negotiating tactic, and one that has been long expected, right? There's nobody who's been following these talks and the issues in them that hasn't been paying attention to the digital services tax. We know the Americans hate it. We know the Canadians have been keeping it and using it as something of a bargaining chip. And I think traders sort of looked at that and said, yeah, I'll wait my beat. I'll see how this goes. It'll be really interesting to see as we get more leaks and they do the Sunday morning talk shows, what more information will we have by Sunday night and how will traders react to that on Monday morning? I think that'll be interesting.
Okay, Peter, I got a breakdown in my equipment here. I have my telex has fallen apart, so I cannot hear you. So you got to give me a second here to reconnect. If I can. I may have actually broken my telex here, guys.
That's all right. I'm going to try to take over and just sort of buy you some time to figure that out. Because, David, the thing we've been watching on the digital service tax, right? Like, I remember reading a piece by our friend Paul Vieira in the Wall Street Journal going back in February that, like, literally in the lead was highlighting the digital service tax as the main thing that the U.S. government, that the Trump administration was angry about going into talks then. And think back to where we were in February. It's been a long time, and I think we got to this point where we are so, with the threats and the bluster had kind of disappeared. So when they emerge back up again, it's all a bit of a shock. But they're no different now than they were then. And the one piece of advice I got from somebody today was they're into the hard stuff now, and you only get to the hard stuff at the end, or you get to the hard stuff closer to the end than you do at the beginning.
All right, Peter, always appreciate the time. And that's the CBC's Peter Armstrong. He is the CBC's senior business reporter. Okay, so after U.S. President Donald Trump abruptly broke off all trade talks with Canada this afternoon, I asked Foreign Affairs Minister Anita Anand how the government would respond.
Well, our position remains that we will continue to act in the best interests of Canadians. We will be pushing and seeking at all turns to ensure that these unjustified tariffs are removed. And in particular, I will say that we won't be negotiating in public given the complexity of the negotiations, given the need to ensure that Canada's position is the strongest possible it can be.
We're about 12 days, I think, at this point into the 30-day timeline. And if the president is true to his word here that talks have ended, I mean, what is your immediate sense of the ability to keep moving ahead, to try to accomplish anything within the 30 days? The steel sector was here yesterday, worried about the job losses just rising at an exponential rate if this keeps going. Just what are your thoughts there on the ability to even keep moving forward right now?
Well, I'd first like to shout out the steel and aluminum industries in our country that are suffering under 50% unjustified tariffs. And we will continue to advocate and act in the best interests of all Canadian businesses, including the steel and aluminum industry. I will also say that supply management has been an important cornerstone of our economic policy, and that too is extremely important for industry, and in particular the agriculture and the agri-food industry. So these are cornerstones of our negotiations. We have certain guiding principles. We're going to continue to push in the best interests of Canadians and Canadian businesses, and we will ensure that the best result is reached for our country. At the same time, we are ensuring that we diversify our supply chain so that we are never again 80% dependent on one particular economy. That's why we have signed the Defense and Security Partnership with the European Union. I signed that on Monday with Minister McGuinty. That's why we are pursuing the diversification strategy in terms of our trade relationships. That means finding new partners abroad. That means deepening our relationships with existing allies. You know, David, we say that we are the only G7 country that has a free trade agreement with every other G7 country. That's true, but we need to leverage those trade relationships now more than ever, and that's exactly what we're doing with CETA and beyond.
Yeah, well, I take your point and your reference there to supply management, because Donald Trump did take aim at dairy products and tariffs there in his social media post today. But it is the trading relationship with the biggest G7 country economically that is in breach right now because of all of this. And Donald Trump says he's ending the trade talks because of the digital services tax, which he calls an egregious tax. This is a new policy for this government, for this country, so it's not a cornerstone policy like supply management. Is it something the government of Canada is willing to reconsider if that's what it takes to move ahead on a trade agreement with Donald Trump?
Again, Minister LeBlanc has carriage of this file and will be taking this and all other issues forward in the negotiations that will not be occurring in public. I will say that on the digital services tax, there are other jurisdictions that are currently utilizing this form of a policy. Let's look at Italy, let's look at the UK, let's look at France. And so let's let also Minister LeBlanc do the work that he needs to do on behalf of our country and make sure, as I said, at all times that Canada comes out on top.
Okay, so after that interview, U.S. President Donald Trump was asked about his decision to terminate trade talks with Canada. Take a listen to what the president said.
So Canada put a charge on some of our companies, and Canada's been a very difficult country to deal with over the years. You know, we hear Canada, we have a great relationship with the people of Canada, but it's been very difficult. And they put a charge, and they were a little bit early, we found out about it. So, and we have all the cards. We have every single one. We don't want to do anything bad, but they have, economically, we have such power over Canada. I'd rather not use it, but they did something with our tech companies today trying to copy Europe. You know, they copied Europe. It's not going to work out well for Europe either, and it's not going to work out well for Canada. They were foolish to do it. And so I said, we're going to stop all negotiations with Canada right now until they straighten out their act. Okay?
Is there anything Canada can do to change your mind about this situation?
Well, no, they put a tax on companies that were American companies that they shouldn't, a very severe tax. And yeah, I guess they could remove it. They will, but I don't really, I mean, it doesn't matter to me. We have all the cards. We have all the cards. You know, we do a lot of business with Canada, but relatively little. They do most of their businesses with us. And when you have that circumstance, you treat people better. They've had farmers that are getting like 300, 400, 200% in tariffs. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. We have cases, you don't read this and the people don't report, but they charge us 400% on some dairy products. 400%. Nobody writes that. It's not fair to our farmers, and we've got to protect our farmers.
Okay, we'll keep following this throughout the evening, throughout the weekend, into next week. But thank you so much for watching. I'm David Cochran. Thank you for watching Power and Politics today and every other day. More coverage still ahead here on CBC News Network. Stay right where you are. I am away next week. I'll be back the week after that. But tune in. Catherine Cullum will be here starting on Monday. Thanks for watching, everybody. Have a good weekend.